السلام الملكي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله. حللتم أهلاً ووطئتم سهلاً. أنا نوف البلوي من فريق إزري السعودية. نورتونا بمؤتمر إزري السعودية لعام 2025. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Esri Saudi Arabia User Conference 2025. My name is Nof Libloui, a member of Esri Saudi Arabia. We are delighted to have you with us today and look forward to a day filled with valuable insights, learning opportunities, and meaningful discussions. Please welcome Mr. Tawfiq Yania, the CEO of Esri Saudi Arabia.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. منورين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة والسيادة، الحضور الكريم، شركاء وعائلة أزري في المملكة، أيها الجغرافيون والجغرافيات، أيها الأصدقاء، صباح الخير من الرياض الغالية، وأهلا وسهلا بكم في مؤتمر مستخدمي أزري الثالث في المملكة العربية السعودية. باسمي وباسم فريق عملنا أرحب بكم في هذا الحدث الاستثنائي الذي يجمع هذه النخبة من القيادات التنفيذية وصناع القرار من مختلف القطاعات. حضوركم اليوم وعلى هذا المستوى يعكس حرصكم على تعزيز التعاون والابتكار في مجال التكنولوجيا الجيومكانية ودعم رؤية المستقبل التي نسعى جميعاً لتحقيقها. إنه الحدث السنوي الجامع لكل المنظومة الجيومكانية، وها نحن اليوم نرحب بكم وسط حضور أكثر من 1800 مشارك مسجل من الخبراء والمتخصصين وصناع القرار من مختلف القطاعات الحيوية. وعلى مدى يومين سنشهد معاً ورش عمل متخصصة ومعرضاً لأحدث الحلول التكنولوجية الجيومكانية التي يقدمها شركاؤنا الداعمون لتلبية احتياجات السوق المتجددة وتعزيز قدرات الابتكار في هذا المجال. إن حضوركم اليوم الذي يضم ممثلين من كل أنحاء المملكة، إضافة إلى وفود من الولايات المتحدة وكندا وإسبانيا والهند ودول المنطقة والجوار مصر والأردن ولبنان والإمارات وتركيا، يعكس الاهتمام العالمي والدور الإقليمي المتنامي للرياض كعاصمة اقتصادية استراتيجية لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا، ويؤكد التزام المملكة بقيادة مسيرة التحول الرقمي والابتكار على المستويين المحلي والإقليمي. أيها الشركاء، لقد كان عام 2024 عاماً مليئاً بالتحديات والفرص، وبفضل تعاوننا معاً تمكنا من تحقيق خطوات مهمة في تمكين عملائنا وتعزيز الاستفادة من استثماراتهم في نظم المعلومات الجغرافية. كان تركيزنا دائماً على مساعدتهم في مواكبة متطلبات السوق وتعزيز قدرتهم على اتخاذ قرارات مبنية على البيانات، وتطوير حلول مبتكرة تخدم المجتمع والاقتصاد. ومع انطلاقنا في العام الجديد 2025 نجدد التزامنا الراسخ بدعم التحول الرقمي وبناء اقتصاد معرفي مستدام. نؤمن أن التعليم والتكنولوجيا هما المحركان الأساسيان لتمكين الأجيال القادمة ورفع كفاءة الأعمال في جميع القطاعات. لذا تركز خطتنا الاستراتيجية على تنمية المواهب المستقبلية وتعزيز الشراكات الأكاديمية ودفع عجلة الابتكار. وها نحن اليوم نشهد وخلال هذا المؤتمر إعلان أول مذكرة تفاهم وإعلان نوايا بين جامعة الأمير سلطان وجامعة ريدلاندز لإطلاق أول برنامج ماجستير تعاوني في نظم المعلومات الجغرافية في المملكة والأول من نوعه. أيها الأصدقاء، نحن في أزري ندرك تماماً أن الاستثمار في اقتصاد المعرفة يتطلب دعماً شاملاً للمؤسسات التعليمية وتطوير برامج تدريبية تسهم في بناء كفاءات محلية قادرة على قيادة المستقبل. وقد أثمرت شراكاتنا مع أهم الجامعات المحلية والعالمية عن تدريب مئات الطلاب والطالبات ضمن برامج تدريب تعاوني، إلى جانب تقديم دورات متخصصة لأعضاء هيئة التدريس لتعزيز مهاراتهم الأكاديمية وربط المناهج الدراسية بالاحتياجات الفعلية لسوق العمل. كما نفخر اليوم بأننا أسهمنا في تعزيز مبدأ المساواة في الفرص التعليمية، حيث نسعى إلى تمكين كل شرائح المجتمع بغض النظر عن الخلفيات أو التحديات من الاستفادة من التكنولوجيا الجيومكانية والمشاركة في بناء مستقبل رقمي. وانطلاقاً من التزامنا هذا قمنا خلال العام الماضي بتنفيذ مبادرات نوعية لتعزيز مهارات الشباب وتشجيع الابتكار ودعم المشاريع الناشئة، بما يسهم في خلق بيئة عمل محفزة تلبي طموحات رؤية السعودية 2030. أخيراً أود أن أوجه شكري وتقديري لفريق العمل لزملائي في أزري السعودية وكل أزري الذي بفضل جهودهم الاستثنائية تمكنا من تنظيم هذا الحدث المميز وإخراجه بالشكل اللائق الذي يليق بحضوركم الكريم. أهلا وسهلا بكم مرة أخرى، ونتمنى أن يكون مؤتمر هذا العام مليئا بالفائدة والمشاركة المثمرة وفرص التعاون المستقبلية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمحوا لي أن أدعو زميلي سهيل العبد مدير العلاقات الاستراتيجية في أزري، الذي بجهده ودعمه كانت الكثير من نجاحاتنا وإنجازاتنا، إلى التفضل لإلقاء كلمته حول المقر الإقليمي. تفضل سهيل.
شكرا توفيق. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، شركاؤنا في النجاح، أصدقاء إزري، أهلا بكم. يسعدني أن أرحب بكم في مؤتمر مستخدمي إزري في المملكة العربية السعودية لعام 2025. إنه لشرف عظيم أن أقف أمامكم اليوم ممثلا للمقر الإقليمي الجديد لشركة إزري في المملكة، والذي يسرنا أن نعلن عن تأسيسه رسميا خلال هذا الحدث الاستثنائي. إن هذا المؤتمر يمثل علامة فارقة في مسيرتنا المشتركة لتعزيز دور نظم المعلومات الجغرافية في تحقيق التنمية المستدامة وتسخير التكنولوجيا الجيومكانية لدعم القطاعات الحيوية وتحقيق رؤية المملكة 2030. لقد تشرفت في مسيرتي المهنية في إزري بالمساهمة في تأسيس مكتب الشركة في دبي عام 2010، والذي شكل قاعدة انطلاق لتعزيز وجودنا في المنطقة. بعد ذلك انتقلت إلى الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية لدعم الاستراتيجيات الدولية للشركة، حيث عملت على توسيع نطاق تأثير إزري على مستوى العالم. واليوم يسعدني أن أكلف بقيادة مشروع استراتيجي جديد ومهم، وهو تأسيس المقر الإقليمي لشركة إزري هنا في الرياض، ليمثل نقطة تحول جديدة في مسيراتنا المشتركة. إن هذا المشروع ليس مجرد توسع جغرافي لشركة إزري، بل هو استجابة طبيعية للدور المتنامي الذي تلعبه المملكة كعاصمة للابتكار والتحول الرقمي في المنطقة. إن اختيار الرياض كمقر إقليمي يأتي في وقت نشهد فيه تطوراً غير مسبوق في استخدام التكنولوجيا لدفع عجلة الاقتصاد وتحقيق تقدم مستدام يلبي طموحاتنا جميعاً. إن هدف إزري تمكين المؤسسات من تحقيق اتخاذ قرارات مبنية على البيانات ودعم التحول الرقمي عبر مختلف القطاعات وتعزيز التعاون لتطوير حلول مبتكرة تخدم المجتمع والاقتصاد. لذا سنواصل التركيز على بناء الكفاءات المستقبلية وتعزيز الشراكات الأكاديمية وتشجيع الابتكار الذي يدفع عجلة النمو والتنمية. وفي إطار تعزيز هذا التوجه يسعدني أن أشارككم أننا على وشك إطلاق شراكات استراتيجية جديدة مع الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات المكانية تركز على تعليم نظم المعلومات الجغرافية للشباب السعودي وتنمية مواهبهم. وستستهدف هذه الشراكة تعزيز القدرات في مجال نظم المعلومات الجغرافية لكامل القطاع الحكومي. علاوة على ذلك نستعد للدخول في مرحلة جديدة من التعاون الاستراتيجي مع الهيئة العامة للمساحة في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي وتطبيقاته مع نظم المعلومات الجغرافية. هذه المبادرة الطموحة ستسهم في تحقيق أهداف رؤية المملكة 2030 من خلال توظيف التكنولوجيا المتقدمة لخدمة كافة قطاعات المملكة ودعم التحول الرقمي على المستوى الوطني. ختاماً أود أن أعبر عن خالص شكري لفريق إزري السعودية ولجميع من ساهم في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر. أشكر شركائنا وعملائنا الكرام على دعمهم وثقتهم المستمرة، وأتطلع إلى حوارات بناءة وفرص تعاون مثمرة خلال هذين اليومين. أهلا وسهلا بكم، وأتمنى لكم مؤتمرا حافلا بالنجاح والفائدة، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
لن نطيل عليكم، أعلم أن الجميع بانتظار جاك ويتشوق لسماعه، فليتفضل. Please join me into welcoming the one and only Jack Gentleman.
Wow, what a wonderful group. It's my great pleasure to welcome, on behalf of all of my colleagues, you to this amazing meeting. Are you enjoying it already? It's a question. Well, the first time I came to Saudi was 40 years ago. It was actually the introduction at MEW of the first ArcInfo system in the kingdom. Over the years, I've grown to love it, actually. Love the people, love the spirit. And this meeting with these, 1,800 people, I'm just amazed, actually. It's a sign, I think, of the future. It's an amazing sign because it's a benchmark, and I'd like you to remember this meeting, this event, long into the future. The theme of this conference was uniting or bringing together the sense of all of your work, and I appreciate that theme. You know, the purpose of this meeting fundamentally is for you to learn, to get to know each other, to share what you do, create new relationships, and create a powerful future. And I would like, at the beginning of this meeting, to introduce a dear friend of mine, Dr. Al-Sayel. Are you here? Who will come up here and join me for a couple of minutes in welcoming you here. Well, as all of you know, Dr. Al-Sayel is the head of Giosa, the foundation of this country. He does everything. He lays the foundation of information for everything. Everything is my new word for geography. It's everything. And this organization, as many of you know, lay the foundation for everything being brought together and uniting. Mohammed?
Thank you.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، يسرني في مستهل الحديث ونحن نلتقي في مؤتمر مستخدمي إزري لعام 2025 في المملكة العربية السعودية أن أشكر إزري السعودية على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر، وكريم الدعوة لمشاركة الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكاني في هذا الحدث. نلتقي اليوم في عالم التقنية الجيومكانية مقدرين لما تقوم به شركة إزري من إسهامات مهمة لتعزيز وتطوير قطاع التقنيات الجيومكانية التي تتيح للمستخدم فهم التحديات المعاصرة وربطها بالموقع الجغرافي للإسهام في تكوين مستقبل أكثر مرونة واستدامة. تقوم هذه الشراكة مع شركة إزري على تعزيز التعاون المشترك في المعلومات الجيومكانية وتقديم الحلول التقنية في البنية التحتية الجيومكانية، والتعاون في الاتفاقية الإطارية الحكومية للرخص الخاصة بالمنتجات والخدمات التي تقدمها إزري للجهات الحكومية، والمشاركة في دعم القطاع الجيومكاني الخاص والشركات الجيومكانية الناشئة في المملكة، ودعم الابتكار وريادة الأعمال، وكذلك اعتماد المعايير الجيومكانية الوطنية في جميع تطبيقات إزري، والمشاركة في تنظيم المؤتمرات وورش العمل والتدريب وبناء القدرات والاستشارات الفنية. ومن ثمار هذه الاتفاقية التعاون القائم في تطوير المنصة الجيومكانية الوطنية التي تعتبر التقنية النافذة التقنية للبنية التحتية الجيومكانية الوطنية، والتي تسهم في تحقيق أكبر فائدة من توحيد الجهود في جمع البيانات الجيومكانية وتكاملها بواسطة نظام وقاعدة بيانات جيومكانية وطنية للبيانات المتوفرة لدى الجهات الحكومية والاستفادة منها، ومشاركتها بطريقة سهلة وآمنة ووفق سياسة نشر محددة تحفظ الحقوق وتعزز أمن البيانات، وكذلك بناء القدرات ونقل المعرفة والعمل على توطين التقنيات. فقد سعت الجيومكانية بناء على مهامها التي أنيطت بها من خلال تنظيمها إلى العمل على تنظيم القطاع في المملكة والارتقاء به والإشراف عليه من خلال وضع الضوابط والمعايير التي تم تطويرها بالتعاون مع بعض المنظمات الدولية مثل ISO وOGC وغيرها من منظمات أخرى، وتطوير البنية الجيومكانية الوطنية التي تشمل على سبيل المثال للحصر البنية التحتية الجيوديسية والهيدروغرافية والتصوير الجوي والاستشعار عن بعد. كما قامت الهيئة على تطوير جيوهب السعودية ليكون حاضنة مركزية للبيانات الجيومكانية والأدوات التي تدعم اتخاذ القرارات الموثوقة. يستخدم جيوهب السعودية المعلومات الجيومكانية لدعم صنع القرار في عدة محاور رئيسية تشمل تحسين جودة الحياة من خلال تحليل البيانات السكانية وتحسين البيئة وتخطيط شبكات النقل وتحليل حركة المرور لتعزيز التنقل، بالإضافة إلى تحديد المواقع السياحية وتحسين تجربة الزوار لتعزيز السياحة، ونستهدف تضمين موضوعات أخرى مستقبلاً إن شاء الله. كما عملت الهيئة على تطوير الاستراتيجية الجيومكانية الوطنية بالموائمة مع الإطار المتكامل للمعلومات الجيومكانية the United Nations Integrated Geospatial Information Framework UNIGIF، وكذلك أعمال التراخيص والتصاريح لممارسة الأنشطة في القطاع الجيومكاني والإشراف على تأهيل الممارسين وتصنيفهم من خلال وضع قواعد تنظم هذا العمل. كما عملت الهيئة على إنشاء الأكاديمية الجيومكانية، والتي صدرت موافقة مجلس إدارة الهيئة على إنشائها، والتي من شأنها الإسهام في تطوير الكفايات الوطنية والبحث والابتكار الجيومكاني في المملكة. أما على الصعيد الدولي، فتقود المملكة ممثلة بالهيئة عدد من المبادرات العالمية من خلال عضويتها في اللجان الدولية وفريق العمل الفنية التابعة لها، من ضمنها المنظمة الدولية للمسح البحري IHO، والاتحاد الدولي للمساحين FIG، والمنظمة الدولية للمعايير الجيومكانية ISO TC 211، وكذلك تمثيل المملكة والدول العربية في الجمعية الدولية للتصوير الجوي والاستشعار عن بعد ISPRS. كما ترأس المملكة اللجنة العربية لخبراء الأمم المتحدة لإدارة المعلومات الجيومكانية العالمية وتستضيف أمانتها، وتعمل مع شركة إزري في تقديم عدد من المبادرات الهامة لدعم الدول العربية في تطوير البنية الجيومكانية لعدد من هذه الدول. كما تشارك الجيومكانية في لجنة خبراء الأمم المتحدة العالمية المتحدة لإدارة المعلومات الجيومكانية من خلال قيادة فريق الاستدامة المالية ضمن الفريق رفيع المستوى الإطار المتكامل للمعلومات الجيومكانية، وتطوير دليل إرشادي لتوفير الاستدامة المالية لتنفيذ الإطار المتكامل للمعلومات الجيومكانية UNIGIF. كما تقود المملكة فريق كتابة تقرير المنظومة المستقبلية للبيئة الحاضنة للمعلومات الجيومكانية Future Geospatial Information Ecosystem. وفي هذا السياق تعمل الهيئة بخطى حثيثة على استكمال الإجراءات النظامية ذات الصلة باستضافة مركز الأمم المتحدة للتميز العالمي للمنظومة المستقبلية البيئة الحاضنة The United Nations Global Geospatial Ecosystem Center of Excellence. لتتوج هذه الإجراءات في القريب العاجل بمشيئة الله بالافتتاح الرسمي للمركز، وهو المركز الذي صدرت موافقة الأمم المتحدة على استضافة المملكة له ليكون مقره الرياض، والذي يعد مركزاً لاستشراف مستقبل إدارة المعلومات الجيومكانية بطريقة حديثة ومبتكرة. فاستضافة مثل هذا المركز ينم عن تقدم المملكة في تطوير البنية التحتية الجيومكانية وتتويجا لمكانتها العالمية. ومن هذا المنطلق اتجهت الهيئة إلى تبني المنظومة المستقبلية للمعلومات الجيومكانية Future Geospatial Information Ecosystem، وهو مفهوم استشرافي لإدارة المعلومات الجيومكانية بشكل مبتكر يتفاعل فيها المستخدمين والمستفيدين بشكل مباشر أو غير مباشر في بيئة حوسبية تعتمد على دمج المعلومات من عدة مصادر والعمل على تكاملها وتجانسها وتحليلها لتعظيم الفائدة من استخدام مثل هذه البيانات. فالمملكة العربية السعودية في طليعة الدول التي تتبنى التغيير للأفضل في المعلومات الجيومكانية، والتي تمكن المجالات البيئية والاجتماعية والاقتصادية وتمكن التقنيات المتجددة. فمحفزنا الأول هو رؤية المملكة الطموحة 2030. فقد أكدت الرؤية على أهمية المعلومات الجيومكانية كأداة داعمة وممكنة لمبادرات وبرامج الرؤية، وتماشي مع رؤيتنا المباركة التي تهدف إلى وضع المملكة في طليعة دول العالم في شتى المجالات. فتم إنشاء KSA Ecosystem Center، وتتكون منظومة هذا السنتر المعلومات الجيومكانية من 6 مبادرات رئيسية. الأولى هي تمكين أفضل الممارسات الخاصة بالمنظومة المستقبلية للمعلومات الجيومكانية، وتهدف هذه المبادرة إلى توفير بيئة جاذبة وآمنة يتعاون فيها جميع الجهات ذات العلاقة من خلال تدفق البيانات بحرية وبشكل سلس، بما في ذلك المعلومات الجيومكانية. المبادرة الثانية تفعيل وتشغيل البنية التحتية المشتركة للمنظومة المستقبلية للمعلومات الجيومكانية، وتهدف هذه المبادرة لبناء وتشغيل البنية التحتية التقنية الأساسية التي من شأنها تمكين جميع الوظائف المختلفة التي تحتوي عليها المنظومة المستقبلية للمعلومات الجيومكانية، ابتداء من عمليات جمع البيانات وتحليلها إلى نشرها ومشاركتها مع الأطراف المستفيدة. وستعمل هذه المبادرة على بناء نظام إدارة جيومكاني سحابي، وكذلك وجود حوسبة عالية الأداء وواجهة تطبيقات متعددة وبنية أساسية موثوقة. المبادرة الثالثة وهو تمكين إدارة بيانات المنظومة المستقبلية للمعلومات الجيومكانية، وتعتبر هذه المبادرة توجهاً استراتيجي لعمل وتطوير الممارسات والأساليب الشاملة والفاعلة لإدارة البيانات ضمن المنظومة المستقبلية للمعلومات الجيومكانية من خلال دمج السياسات والمعايير والمواد التوجيهية ذات الصلة. المبادرة الرابعة تعزيز عملية تحليل بيانات المنظومة المستقبلية، فهدف هذه المبادرة هو تعزيز عملية اتخاذ القرار من قبل جميع المستفيدين والجهات ذات العلاقة من خلال إنشاء أدوات تحليلية وتطوير إطار عمل للتشغيل البيني لتحليل البيانات ومنصات تقدم تصورات ومحاكاة لعدة استخدامات للبيانات الجيومكانية تعمل على تحليل البيانات الضخمة بما في ذلك البيانات الجيومكانية. المبادرة الخامسة أتمتت مهام ووظائف المنظومة المستقبلية. ستعمل هذه المبادرة على إنشاء بنية تحتية ديناميكية تتطور باستمرار من خلال التقنيات الرقمية وتقنيات الأتمتة التي من شأنها السماح بتحليل البيانات على نطاق أوسع مع التقليل من التدخل البشري واستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي وتعلم الآلة. المبادرة السادسة تقديم بنية متكاملة للمنظومة المستقبلية للمعلومات الجيومكانية. تهدف هذه المبادرة إلى تبني المملكة نهجاً شاملاً متكاملاً في إدارة البيانات الجيومكانية، وأن تكون مثالاً يحتذى به لبقية أرجاء العالم. فهذه المبادرة ستعمل على ربط جميع مكونات الأعمال والبيانات والتطبيقات والتقنيات في بيئة تضمن التشغيل البيني وتبادل البيانات بكل يسر وسهولة وبشكل آمن. وبناء على ذلك تسعى الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية بأن تكون جهة مبتكرة تقود قطاع المساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية لدعم رؤية المملكة لتحقيق التحول الاجتماعي والاقتصادي والرقمي المستدام في مجال المعلومات الجيومكانية الاستشرافية لمستقبل جيومكاني ذكي يدعم اتخاذ القرار. وفي الختام أرفع خالص الشكر لقيادتنا الرشيدة على الدعم المتواصل للهيئة للقيام بمهامها كافة في سبيل تطوير القطاع والنهوض به. كما أجدد الشكر لشركة إزري السعودية على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر، كما أتمنى لكم حضوركم ومشاركتكم في هذا الحدث. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Dr. Sayel. Many of you came to this conference because you thought it was about technology. And we'll be talking a lot about technology. Some of you came here because you were interested in geospatial data or its applications in various ways. But that's not enough. There has to be vision, there has to be executive support, there has to be an entity and individuals that actually provide the leadership. And I'm so proud of Dr. Sohail's vision of these 6 basic principles I mean, it's extraordinary, the vision that he has brought. And looking forward to this country and the 2030 vision, you are somebody who sees everything. You know, you remember what I mean by what is everything? It's geography. You're building the foundation, Dr. Al-Sayel, and I appreciate you from the deepest part of my heart because you will provide the organization and institutional framework, as you described, that make this come alive. This is very important. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge Dr. Al-Sayel for his great leadership. A small gift that acknowledges your leadership. Thank you. This is the English. No problem. I'll treasure this. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen. I'd next like to turn to saying a few words about you. Because Dr. Sayel represented one of you, he provided the leadership and the vision of this conference. But all of you are interesting to me. You're distinguished in your own fields, and you're different in the sense that you represent different disciplines, different backgrounds. You live in different organizations. You have different interests. And so this group is interesting because it's multidisciplinary. It sees specializations, but it also is a group coming together around this great vision of bringing the kingdom together. At the beginning of this conference, I'd like to ask a favor of you. I'd like you to each stand up and meet one new person and tell them why you're here and what you're doing. Could you do that for me now? Stand up, a new person, tell them who you are. Everybody, everybody. Don't be shy. Good, thank you. Perfect. Perfect, wonderful. Good. Wonderful, thank you. Okay, sit down now. Shh, shh. That's exactly what I wanted to have happen. Shh, perfect. Sit down, especially you. Stop talking. It's good. One of the purposes of this meeting is not just learning new technology or learning new applications. It's getting together, connecting, and reinforcing Dr. Al-Sayel's big vision of 6 big footprints. This is a purpose of the meeting, ladies and gentlemen. It's a purpose of the meeting. Okay, you have to stop talking. Tell them to quiet down now. Shh, shh, stop it. Good. I mean, it's doing business together. It's building collaborations together. It's realizing this big vision that geography is important. I want you to know each other. I want you to collaborate with each other. I want you to do exactly what you're doing, make new relations. Why? Because your work is important. You in this room represent work in virtually all of the major fields of importance in the kingdom. And your colleagues around the world, and there are millions of them, are working on virtually all the big challenges in our world. You can look through this list. Environmental challenges, climate change challenges, social conflicts, water resources, agriculture, almost everything. And at the beginning of this meeting, in addition to you getting to know each other, it's interesting to get to know each other's work because it's different. Let's start off with you and your work. Well, again, it's representing different fields. It's representing different footprints in different organizations. There are millions, actually billions of maps being made every day these days. Can you imagine that? Billions of maps, some of them are about climate change. These examples in China show what's happening to agriculture, or in the US, what's happening with drought. Here in the kingdom, we're seeing organizations look at the effect of climate change on rainfall and on crop production. In the lower right, we see the impact of heat on utility systems, a fundamental infrastructure that runs our countries. In the world of conservation science, we see people looking at biodiversity, looking at the migration of birds, for example, defining the areas that should go into conservation. And here in the kingdom, particularly, I'd like to point out the National Center for Wildlife, what they're doing of setting up national reserves, realizing the vision of 2030 in terms of preserving large land segments of the country. Are you not able to hear me? Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. This important work is actually especially interesting in the kingdom. And here we have Tala Araki, someplace, who's going to share a few minutes of exactly his work. Could you join us here on the stage? Please join me in welcoming his work.
Thank you, Jack, for inviting us, and thank you, everyone. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. أصحاب السعادة، الزملاء والزميلات. Jack, thank you again, and I'm really happy and glad to be with you. إذا تسمحوا لي الزملاء والزميلات تكون الكلمة باللغة الإنجليزية. أنا وعدت جاك إني أعطيه يعني more insight أو معلومات أكثر عن ما يحدث عندنا في الهيئة. I just asked our colleagues to allow me to make the speech in English, and so you will be aware more about what we are doing in Imam Abdulaziz Royal Reserve. We are in Imam Abdulaziz Royal Reserve, situated on, we are managing 2 royal reserves, one at the north of Riyadh and the other one also in the northeast. Before I start, I would like just to ask you to enjoy the video in order to get you into more of what is happening on the reserve itself. So our colleagues, if you can switch on the video, please. So this is what we do. We protect the nature. We work hardly to conserve these habitats and support these species to live easily and within the ecosystem that it's already available. By the way, these reserves are only 1 hour away, traveling from Riyadh, so they are very close to here. So it's really amazing that our government, when they decided to establish the royal reserves in 2018, they have the vision and they have the determination to retain the habitats and to retain the ecosystem as it was since so many years before. Now we are seeing it happening. We are, as we are sitting over here, these species, the Arabian oryx or the sand gazelles and different type of native species, they are enjoying their time at this moment happily with the protection and with the flourishing ecosystem. When the reserve was established in 2018, that was the determination. In 2021, the authority was established, and the first decision we made on the authority is to establish the GIS department. We had even the contract to develop the GIS and build capabilities was signed in year 2021, and that was our foundation. We understand we will not be able to manage and monitor and protect these nature reserves without having proper data, without making proper input to the data itself, analyzing it, and then utilize the GIS to have an informed decision. So around the 3 pillars, we are managing the reserves, which are conserve the nature, engage community, and develop an ecotourism. We utilize GIS in number of components. First, in monitoring violations. So there are a number of violations happening within the reserves, especially because we are close to the largest city in Saudi Arabia. So these violations, we are monitoring it, we are inputting it spatially, and immediately develop the recovery system. At the same time, issue the violations and map it on the system itself. At the same time, we are utilizing the information we add for restoration management. So GIS is essential in analyzing wildlife tracking data, satellite imagery, and evaluate and optimize the restoration effort. Furthermore, we are using GIS in land use management. Through GIS, we create and manage protection zones and ensuring sustainable ecosystem and ecotourism for the various areas. Data-driven strategies is one of our pillars. We are using our strategies. We are building our decisions based on an informed data, and we let the data and its analysis to lead nature-based solutions that we provide. So the impact of utilizing GIS and the impact of developing, I will say, our capabilities internally was huge. At this moment, we know where are these species are going around. We know where are their habitats, and we know which area is sensitive, and we have to protect it more than the other areas, and which areas we will allow ecotourism for it or not. So through GIS, we are using it to maximize the impact of our conservation and restoration initiatives. We monitor and evaluate the effort and with excellent number of accuracy. At the same time, build the future of technology and nature coexistence. Yesterday, I was with our GIS team, and we were reviewing the effort we are doing in relation to the reforestation. We were planting plants and shrubs and trees since year 2021. The question, to what extent these plants are now responding to the system and increasing the greenery and vegetation through the satellite images, through the analysis we did through the NDVI, and utilizing GIS data, we were able to see the percentage of increased chlorophyll, increased humidity on the soil, and that showing us the indication of the success of reintroducing these native plants. So over the 4 years, we are seeing a percentile improvement. We will not be able to detect that without having the satellite images. At the same time, drone, I will say, monitoring, and the analysis we have done it on the NDVI. That now enable us to make further decisions to adjust, for example, reducing the irrigation until the native plant become rehabilitated on their natures. So our message here, in order for us to support our ecosystem, we have to build our data properly. We have to make sure they are inputted in a proper way and analyze it in an excellent way. And on top of all, and the most important thing, having capable human capital who are enthusiastic and passionate about ecosystem, at the same time about geographic information system. Once again, I would like to thank all of you, our colleagues. GIS always is a passion for us. Talking to Jack and working within the ecosystem of Esri is an inspiring for us since when we were at school and until now when we are at work. Once again, thank you, and looking forward for successes. And I would like to invite you to visit our reserves. Again, they are only 1 hour away from here. It's open for ecotourists, and you will enjoy the nature. At the same time, you will contribute in supporting the ecosystem and nature itself. Thank you once again.
Allah, thank you. Thank you very much. This is a different kind of leadership. Aren't you proud of him? I mean, really, congratulations on your work. This is a small gesture of our appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to see you
Tonight. GIS is also being used to manage natural resources, both here in the kingdom and also around the world. Water resources, agricultural resources, looking at the impacts and changes that are happening in our environment. Natural resources will be something that we need to own, manage. Here again in the kingdom, we see the great work in the left-hand side of forest planning, and also in the lower left, tracking of baboons from drones. This is so interesting because it's synergistic with the whole world of conservation. Well, GIS is also being used as a foundation platform for land information. And we see it now in almost every country in the world, understanding the foundation of the civil society, who owns what property. Here in the kingdom, we're seeing this in the top, the great work that's being done in Medina. And also, we're privileged today to see some examples talked about with my friend Mohammed Solomon, who is in charge of the real estate organization here, RER, who's building a unique cadastral information system, another foundation layer for bringing the kingdom together. So join me in welcoming Dr. Solomon, my old classmate, by the way, at California University.
Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. And Assalamu alaikum jami'an, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Jack is he's a mentor and a colleague as well from the same school that we graduated. I had the pleasure to know him back in the days, and I've learned a big deal of a lot of things about the GIS, especially by hosting us at the Esri Redlands headquarters. Let's talk and move about a little bit about the ecosystem and the economical stage when it comes to GIS. We've seen the amazing things that has been mentioned by Dr. Al-Sayel, Dr. Hargani, basically on the way how we are really being more initiative in this country in the matter that we are utilizing GIS. GIS is not only related to certain elements of our life, it covers everything about the life of human beings, tracking, looking at the kind of evolutions that we're about to discover in the future. It gives us a proper forecasting, a proper outlook about where we need to go or what we need to do. Our stage that we're talking about at the real estate registry is about the economical scale of handling and solidifying an absolute ownership of over 150 industries that depends on your precise parcel data and the absolute ownership. Imagine someone comes and tells you e-commerce is not related to property. On the contrary, e-commerce relates to the cloud services, which is actually based on a land. And if that land have an issue and the deed or the title has a problem, then you have a problem with your assets. So solidifying that economical benchmark is very important to each and every individual that is creating a business or a social service, such as hospitals, factories, housing, and even warehouses. What we are talking about today in real estate registry is the evolution and the movement from the deed aspect to be the title registration. We are merging geospatial data with information, demographics, and basically the data of the title and the parcel itself. The information being integrated has been held into a vast and huge databases that is going to be the center of your land registry. I know that a lot of people, especially the locals and the beneficiaries and landowners, have heard about التسجيل العيني للعقار, land registry. It is mandatory for us to evolve and to move forward and to bring international investments. Where we are today from where we started on May 2023. We've started with a neighborhood called Hay al-Falah, 2,800 parcels. It was a pilot, it was a heck of a job. It was really difficult and it was challenging. We went through these challenges also with Esri as well because they supported us and the way how we looked at and mapped and redrawn and remapped actually the cadastral and the SDIs with the municipalities. we were forced to do over 300 changes in our systems to be able to accommodate the complexity of such a business. Guess what? Today, in a year plus so, we've announced 2.1 million parcels to be ready for registry. We were able to register over 500,000 titles that has been produced by the real estate registry. However, all of this didn't come from nothing. What we are looking for today is that we've been looking for covering with a big project of over 100,000 square kilometers of urban geospatial coverage, 2 million square kilometers of urban geospatial coverage. What a huge project that is going to look at all the nation. Imagine the technologies, the drones, the aircrafts, the land surveyors that we're actually incorporating to do this job. The complexity behind it and fixing the gaps that used to be in the land registry and the deeds aspect problems that the legacy we're carrying, that's the evolution we're bringing forward. International investors and big developers, when they have a title that is absolute ownership with proper coordinates, without any overlaps with any neighboring land, they will feel relaxed and restful to go and invest their billions of dollars or reals into this project. Moving forward into this matter, we are actually registering, and we're looking for over 8 million titles or deeds to be registered. But guess what? If you have only 250,000 of those titles that is under the development and under developers' control, and let's assume an average of 300 units that's going to be produced from each one of them. Why would I say 300 units? For example, if we look at National Housing Company, if we look at, for example, Talat Mustafa project, those people actually and those entities, they produce over 20,000 to 25,000 parcels, splits, and subdivided from their projects. So when we say a very conservative matter, if we do 250,000 out of 8.1 million parcel, 250,000 of them just produced 300 units. We're talking about 45 to 47 million new titles that is going to be produced. How are we going to manage that kind of a database? So we have to evolve, we have to ensure that all of our data is being secured under one umbrella, geospatially, with data, demographics, properties, the economics, all of these kind of things are going to be linked into one source, the financee, the mortgages, and even also the subsequent transactions. Imagine in one day, you will be able to do a split for a land that used to take a long time to do it in a day. One of the examples that we really experienced with one of the big developers, they came to us with one parcel in 3 days, which was the first experience, by the way, so imagine, with the reputation, we will learn and be more effective. In one day, we produced around 3,600 parcels from this one plot. And this is considered to be an advancement. Someone will ask me, okay, so what's the benefit behind it? Imagine, the developer will avoid interest rates with the banks. The developer will be able to sell by next day. The developer will be much more easy to actually inform their potential buyers that this is an absolute ownership title and it is solidified by geospatial coordinates. This is just from the economical scale. We've all seen what is going on basically with the disasters, natural disasters, the war zones, and the things around the world. And we feel the importance of when we see some towns or cities really filled into the ground because of these kind of disasters. Imagine that you will be able to rebuild on the spot if you have the geospatial data. You don't have to wait for the municipalities to take years and years for them to replot and redo the SDIs all over again. Such technologies really is an added value to each and every economy that we live in today. What we did is basically we've really implemented around 20 international and local standards. Thank you for Giosa as well to be our strong partner in directing us and giving us the proper indicators and the standards on how we really need to follow the science behind the geospatial. In the essence of that, up to date, thank God, we've done over 20,000 square kilometers of urban areas geospatial coverage, which allows us to do that kind of a registration and allowed us even to reach those kind of numbers. We are promised and we are targeted by the government that we should do 80% of Saudi Arabia within 5 years. It's not 5 anymore, it's 4, I guess, because we have already a year ago. So the economy of scale that geospatial is really impacting our work and our business is quite critical to the accuracy that we have to provide to our beneficiaries at the end of the day. What I can promise you all, that anyone who's looking to invest in Saudi Arabia, is looking to look for properties, or for looking to have any kind of an investment in a sense of building something on this graceful land, we are here to ensure that you have the authenticity, the absolute value, no problems when it comes to land boundaries, and there will be a great disclosure if anything that relates to those parcels. Cadastral, SDIs, municipalities is a great economic of scale. We're looking at an economical input. Basically, one of the reports that we've heard about is that Saudi Arabia economy, GDP, is going to be 10% out of the real estate industry. We're talking about over 3.5 trillion riyals worth of industry. So rest assured that your investments are in safe hands. Rest assured that the experiments and the experiences that we went through with the support with our partners within actually Esri and also like the surveying companies that we're dealing with and partnering with is going to be the strong arm to push this project. There is big collaboration with over 65 entities within the country for us to be able to integrate and just to extract the information that we really look for. Alhamdulillah, today our project is seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. The success of registering 500,000 titles is an amazing accomplishment for our country first and for ourselves second and with our partners as well. So I would really appreciate and look forward that you would see the benefits behind the land registry, to see the benefits behind the economical scale improvements and enhancements that we're trying to provide to the nation here. So we would really appreciate that you follow up on our story. We still have a long way to go. And thank you for having me, Jack. Thank you for your distinguished guests here for the time to listen to me. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's great. We have a small gift for you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
To acknowledge this amazing work.
Thank
Congratulations,
you. Thank you.
by the way.
Thank you, Jack. Wish you all the best. Appreciate it.
This is not just another map layer. As you saw, this system is going to be foundational for the transformation of the kingdom. And the overlay of cadastral data with nature data, or on top of the great work being done with Giosa, or, well, there's more to come.
Well, you've been here for 40 years. We'll see that next 40 years, hopefully, inshallah. We will see how we progress. Thank you, Jack.
So much.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Cadastral information is actually the foundation for so much that's done. Looking to the future in the kingdom, GIS is going to be used for urban planning, for urban design. These are a few examples of exactly that topic. We see regional planning going on at Daya Gate. We see urban design happening across the world. We see interesting application here in the upper right in Sharjah Development Authority, where they're actually having a dashboard which is telling everybody about what's going on in terms of imagining and designing the future. In the transportation area, closely associated with urban design, we see the application of GIS in roads, road management, accident analysis. We see in my country highway fatalities at a massive level. We see it being used in railroads, in managing airports, in managing ports. And this little blue map excites me because it shows the impact of what would happen in the supply chains for South Asia if Singapore were hit by a natural disaster. In the upper right, we see Mecca, holy Mecca, analyzing the transportation systems during times of mass movement, as you see with all of the people there. GIS is also used at a micro scale inside of buildings. In the upper right, we see testing of the visual impact of a new building. In Switzerland, at the great university ETH, we see actually maps that students use to find their way from classroom to classroom. In the upper left, we see in Sweden a program to GIS enable all of the buildings of the hospitals, and it goes on. Campus navigation, infrastructure management. It's like a micro scale of GIS. You might say it's everything, just like all of the other applications, but it's everything at a micro scale. I like these maps because they show how engineers are adopting GIS to do asset management, manage their documents, manage and monitor construction, like in the upper right. We see work order management, even the inspection of hydrants over here in Norfolk, where is it? Maybe I should stand in front of these. Inspecting hydrants. Is this better? You can follow what I'm saying. Well, in the world of electric engineering, telecommunications, these examples show asset management, like in the upper left, electricity and gas lines. Here, Saudi Telecom uses and embraces GIS for managing their fiber. And look at the middle center, they actually take it into the field, so people are inspecting assets, analyzing assets as they move along. One utility in the United States, my utility, has over 17,000 people that actually carry devices, and they're looking at the assets as they move along. And INWA, the water organization, has built a hub for the entire kingdom, which lets them see assets in layers that are relevant to them. Your country, our collective cities around the world are safer because of GIS. Looking at law enforcement activities, looking at picking the right location for fire stations and assessing coverage, doing battlefield visualization, here the UN in the Ukraine. And up in the upper right, we can see Knife University using the university as actually a training ground for understanding national security issues. I like GIS because it helps us plan for and respond to disasters. Right now, in my state, California, many of you have heard about the fires. It's out of control. Thousands and thousands of homes destroyed. And using GIS, they're modeling where the fire is going. They're tracking what's going on. They have large command and control rooms that direct fire response people to help them. And same thing here in the kingdom. Simulation of flooding and the overlay of flooding here in Medina on top of parcels help us understand or simulate what areas might be subject to flooding. This is why, again, Cadastral is so very fundamental to being able to respond in advance to disasters. One of the foundation layers in the civil society for the world really is population censuses. In my country, we use GIS to manage the boundaries, enumeration boundaries. And here in the kingdom, in the center, the national center, the census is all organized on the foundation of GIS. And beautiful maps, like in the upper right, illustrate where the patterns of population are. You know, GIS has largely been a government enterprise activity for good reason. But businesses are now grabbing GIS and getting the geographic advantage, so to speak. Like up in the upper left, we see the assessment by insurance companies of areas of high risk for flooding, or for uninsured properties like we are facing now in California with the fires. Here in the kingdom, we see that the combination of real estate information and the private sector allows us to look at vacant lands for possible investment, and also a kind of investment agreement map in the lower left in Jabil and Yambu. Look at the upper right. They've taken the 3D digital twin, and real estate companies are looking at vacancies in offices to help manage better investment priorities. Well, public collaboration is becoming an amazing capability that's enabled by maps and GIS. The two slides I'd especially like to call your attention to are the one in the bottom. It's actually amazing command and control center in Giosa. They're measuring and bringing together geographic information from many of your agencies to show in near real time what's going on. I mean, makes my heart better. Congratulations, Mohammed. Also in the upper left, my state, California, these are 6 maps that the governor travels with on his iPad. He has actually 28 maps, and he's trying to manage where fires are, where floods are, where unemployment is. How are we doing? He came to our office and he saw the big displays. He said, I want some of that for helping me manage the state. And opening it up to citizens, letting everyone participate in governing is such an amazing idea. Some of you have a background in remote sensing and imagery. That's your whole field. And we're seeing now and in the future, virtually everything that moves will be measured with imagery. Isn't that amazing? And different kinds of sensors, like LiDAR or SAR, let us look through the clouds and see where floods are, or look at agriculture monitoring even in the rainforest in the upper left. The monitoring of methane as a contributor to global warming is a big deal, so special sensors are coming up in that area as well. And we also see here, looking at change detection. This is happening actually in Dirigate, again, showing what's happened in the last 6 months. Where are the urban footprints occurring that we need to worry about or think about? You know, all of these examples have a story behind them. The cadastral story, the conservation story. Maps are a kind of language that are increasing rapidly. Each year I try to pick just a few of these stories and show them. These are not major stories, but they do show the great work of Giosa in the upper right, showing the national base map foundation, as I mentioned earlier, for everything. Here in the lower right, we see in the Sharqiya region, imagery-based maps with cultural features laid on top of them as a map production activity. And then there's just some interesting exotics. In the upper left, we see a new projection for the global oceans. Maybe some of you have seen this. It's a way to bring all the oceans together in one map. Well, you can glance at them. Maybe my favorite is the solar eclipse and how it affected various populations going across North America. Maps are fun, and they're also storytelling devices. So while geography, the science of our world, and GIS are growing rapidly, the language of geography is expressed through these displays. Well, I tried to give you some sense of what is happening in our world of GIS. But let's step back for a minute and look at our world. I mean, our world is evolving rapidly. It's driven so much by human innovations and has been for several hundred years. Innovations in agriculture, in energy generation, innovations in education and communication. These are all changing how we live. They're actually human innovations which are making our lives better. You and I live in a different world than our parents. thanks to human innovation. And it's so exciting to me when we think about the future, because humans are increasingly having a major impact on our world. But at the same time, our progress has come at a tremendous cost. And we see this in things like climate change, or impacting extreme heat or fires, in my case in California, loss of nature. These are things that are not so good news about our own human innovation. I think of them as creating unintended consequences of all the great intentions of creating a better future. And now we look at our planet, our countries, we're seeing that many aspects of what humans do are simply not sustainable. Overcoming these challenges is the responsibility, I would say, of many of you here in the room. I'm not joking here. You, leaders in your respective country, not only will observe these changes, but can, in your power, actually have an impact. It'll require understanding, just like we're here together, understanding and significant collaboration to overcome these challenges. That's why I ask that you guys meet each other. I want you to become friends, because it's not going to be done by just one person. It's about bringing together our best knowledge and technology and creative design thinking, and uniting around this power of geography, and doing so urgently. You and I are living in a time like no other, not like our parents, not like our grandparents. We have urgent crises on our hand. And at the very same time, we're seeing a major surge in technical innovation yet again. And how can we apply this innovation to create a better world, a better country? It starts for me with geography. And I know there's some geographers in the room. Geography is the science of our world. It helps us organize everything. It's what it is, when it happens, and most importantly, where it happens. Seeing the world as an interconnected ecosystem is one of the great and powerful things that geography allows us to see. You intuitively know, just how we saw with the natural resource preservation work going on, it's all interconnected. What happens here affects what's happening there. Geography, this science, not only allows us to see it and analyze it, maps, the language of geography, help us communicate the content and the context. And all of you know this. If I ask you, where were you born, or where do you live, you know exactly in your head. The power of where is expressed in this language. Where did you get married? Where did you take a vacation? Where did you go running? Where did you go? I mean, where is wired into our head. And maps are a kind of language that communicate content and context. They provide clarity. They take very complex situations and they allow us to create insights. They make our world understandable. This is why people collaborate around them. Maps show patterns, hydrological patterns, transportation patterns, population patterns, and they help us see context. They help us see differently. They're beautiful, of course, but they give this insight. Let me show you one. This is contributed by Isa. These movements in the Pacific Ocean are what's called atmospheric rivers, and they suck up millions of tons of water and they move them over to California. Isn't that amazing? mean, I never understood atmospheric rivers. That was something that weather people talked about. But here in one display, we see it, the whole cycle of what's occurring geographically. These maps are accelerated with GIS. Today, between 4 and 5 billion maps will be made. I'm not talking about Google Maps or consumer maps. I'm talking about maps that somebody designed and shared. Isn't that an amazing statistic? They're making everything we know available to everyone. This is an amazing time in the history of civilization. We're beginning to know everything. That's geography, my new definition. And it's being transformed into everybody's brain. This is a new language. It's not like the written language. It's not Arabic or the alphabet that got into printing presses. This is dynamic measurement, creating a language that people understand. And in the kingdom, we've seen, again, under Muhammad's leadership and other leaders here, this all coming together and promises to transform everything. It's all about data collection, of course, and that's getting better. It's all about visualizing and mapping it and analyzing it. But more importantly, as we already see in places like Mecca and Medina, this information is coming together to support envisioning a better city plan country. It's coming together to support better national security. It's better at thinking about the future with respect to climate change, better agriculture. It's about integrating all the factors and then applying those factors to specific decisions. This is not just a plaything. This is serious business that you're doing here. I think several of the speakers talked about transforming the kingdom. This is the foundation for doing that, the geographic approach. Now, many of you came here because you were interested in the technology aspects, and that's fine. There's hundreds of millions of dollars being invested every year in advancing the fundamental technology. 3D visualization, data management, analytics, prediction, forecasting, the new integration of AI and machine learning, more content, measuring everything. But I want to just focus on this central one, architecture. A new generation of GIS architecture is emerging that's very important. And what is it? It's really distributed GIS architecture, where different agencies or different organizations or different companies create data and they share it into portals that other people can bring the content in from, like we're seeing at Giosa, a national portal. The overlaying of these layers dynamically across the web, this is supporting rethinking enterprise GIS, but it's also creating this thing called geospatial infrastructure. And Muhammad talked about this. How can we connect? And that means collaborate and be friends in a national or global environment. Geospatial infrastructure is interesting. It allows us to take virtually every type of data, georeference it, all that we know as web services, bringing it together into kind of a living digital twin, and then apply it for making maps or engaging customers or citizens. It's a whole ecosystem. And it's already driving efficiency. It's already letting people communicate more effectively and make better decisions and make better collaborations. That's the big story here. Well, I would say this infrastructure is not just some idea. It's not a dream. It's being already implemented in thousands of organizations. They're beginning to get this geographic advantage at scale, from the UN down to many agencies right here in the kingdom. And it's changing the way people behave. So I'll conclude my first part of my presentation by simply saying GIS and the work that you are already doing, as we saw in the examples, is already helping a lot. I would assert that it's helping create a more sustainable future. And it's only beginning. It's one of the great positive things that's happening on our planet right now. But at the same time, it's not enough. We need to get everybody into this. We need to get them thinking about geographic approaches, understanding the situation we're in at this moment, and then participating. I would simply assert to those of you who call yourself GIS professionals in this room that your work is part of something much larger. It's not just your individual work, it's actually transforming everything. It means your work and the work you do are essential as players in a larger ecosystem, building the necessary systems, creating the right maps, leveraging the latest technology and ideas, having a kind of curiosity spirit. And sometimes it takes courage, because reaching out, working together, imagining holistic solutions, like some of your leadership are doing, is an adventure, really. So I would simply say thank you for that work. I'll take a moment and go very quickly through what Esri is doing, our work. Esri, as some of you know, is a relatively small technology company. We focus on only one thing, and that is helping our users do their work better. That's how we look at it from our perspective. And largely our work is focused around this technology known as ArcGIS. And it's a system. We think of it as a platform system that enables our users to do mapping, visualization, analytics, data management. And it's in the form of software and increasingly SaaS. Most of you in the room are users of it in various forms. It's designed by engineers for everyone's use. It's not just one, it's not just for surveyors, it's not just for planners, it's not just for environmental people. It's a generic set of tools that engage people across organizations. It's also a system that integrates everything. Now you know what I mean by everything. All layers through like plastic map overlays. It's also a system that integrates all types of workflows. This is the big vision behind GIS. It's integration this way, and it's integration this way. That's why some of you have talked about transforming your organization into a system of record keeping, but also analytics and visualization and sharing. Very powerful concepts. It also integrates increasingly with other IT systems. This is an important detail. Historically, it lived in its own stack. It was an enterprise system just for the GIS people. But now, it's being integrated with systems like Adobe for graphics or Salesforce for ERP, with Microsoft for all of the products that Microsoft has, with SAP and Autodesk in the engineering area. These integrations mean that maps and the work that you are doing suddenly become available to, for example, in Microsoft's case, 1 billion other users that are using their desktop tools, map enabling, geo enabling. And on the frontier is Microsoft's new Fabric technology, which is their SaaS application. ArcGIS is a foundation to that platform. And it promises to bring the work that's going on in this room to everybody else in the organization. gets me excited. Well, it's also an enterprise platform, and we've heard a couple of examples of this. It's not about the money. It's not about people management. It's not about work order management. It's about geographic information management. So transactions, like all of the deeds, can be organized around a GIS, and it's been purposely designed to fit in with other enterprise systems side by side. It's another enterprise system. Didn't used to be this way, but that's a lot of what we aspire to do, make it an enterprise system. And it's evolving with many different technology aspects. I'll talk about a couple: AI and machine learning, imagery, field work. But it's also one integrated kind of platform. Well, on the frontier of many of our minds, in almost every technology, is the whole integration with AI and machine learning. Here there are two branches that we're working on. One is in AI analytics, using vision models to pull features off of maps and patterns or imagery. And the other one is in large language models. This is like talking with a GIS. Here, improvements to help our customers be more productive, talking with their systems, talking with their documents, talking with the public through this kind of language models. Very quickly, ArcGIS is a complete imagery and remote sensing system now. Of course, it requires sensors, but it now can bring in virtually any kind of imagery information, manage it, and then serve it out to make maps, do high-end analytics, and do visualization. This is linking sensors to services to applications. These kind of products are now becoming regular, using models, pulling features, buildings off of imagery. It's also being used in 3D modeling of imagery, 3D meshes, the actual creation of digital photogrammetry to pull features off of drone imagery, aerial imagery, and even satellite imagery. Let me give you an example. One of the big issues that we've always had with imagery is pulling features out. These are some examples of work coming this year. The ability to look at a 3D picture and use advanced photogrammetric tools to pull off buildings and then derive geographic features. Think for a moment what this means. It means that from imagery, we can actually pull off types of buildings, shape them, even describe them in terms of characteristics on the buildings as a kind of transaction. Listen carefully. This is not a transaction like a deed transaction or a cadastral change. This is a synoptic change from imagery. And Dr. Kamil, who's here in the audience, pioneered exactly some of this work with his imagery and surveying efforts. GIS is becoming 3D. It used to be just 2D, and we were happy with 2D maps. But now, from a data management perspective and visualization tools and analytics, everything's becoming 3D. And for young kids, they want to see this in AR, augmented reality, virtual reality, glasses of various types, immersion technology. So I've just hit a few of the big R&D efforts and development efforts that are underway. But for me, the big one is that I can connect GIS to everybody in the field. So they're capturing data, and they're also empowered by geographic information at the same time. They become transaction people that capture data and feed the enterprise, which drives decision-making, science, and analytics. What's coming next? I apologize, this is a little bit of Esri only description, but we have thousands of engineers who are working on all these various efforts, and we're interested in hearing from you areas where you're having difficulty at this conference or where we can make improvements. But generally speaking, we have a large portfolio, and our users drive our development agenda. Of course, new technologies also drive it, but we're also working this year particularly on quality and performance, looking at things like Kubernetes to scale up some of the work that we're doing in the cloud, as Dr. Mohammed mentioned earlier. Esri is a private organization. We're less than $2 billion in operations, so we're not Microsoft and we're not Amazon or Google, but our 100% focus is on advancing GIS and then supporting our user community. At the same time, we're interested in promoting spatial literacy at all ages and also advocating for the geographic approach to problem solving across government and the private sector. We now have over 10 million users in about 680,000 organizations. They're building the content, they're collaborating. This is why I'm so excited about the future. I'm sorry I'm getting so old because I can imagine what the future is going to be like. A kind of nervous system measuring, analyzing, making a better world. Our company not only builds technology, but we support our users in operations in virtually every country with knowledge sharing, books, professional services, and technical support, supporting you, our users. Our organization especially is interested in training, and we partner with places like University of Redlands and other universities here in the Kingdom to drive the competency levels higher. And this last year, we taught over 800,000 people in our web classes and our on-premise classes. But we want to expand this much more radically with MOOCs and other activities. Esri's also joined with about 3,000 business partners. So while we do a couple $2 billion of revenue, our business partners are in about $40 billion that leverage off of our GIS tools. Some of them are big, like Microsoft or Amazon or Autodesk Corporation. And then there are thousands of them. A number of them are here in the Kingdom, and they're going to be exhibiting here. You can meet some of them to see the kind of work that they do. We also have a series of special relationships with NGOs and nonprofit organizations. We donate our software to NGOs and nonprofits to enrich our user community in areas of conservation or disaster relief or healthcare of various types. These users particularly are busy right now with the disasters happening in our country, in South Asia. Well, this is a picture with my president actually looking at the California fires in near real time. These are tragedies, but it turns out that GIS is a foundation for not only, as I said before, understanding these conditions, but also responding. I'm personally interested in education. At the higher education level, with universities, we now have about 11,000 universities that teach with our tools, and that's growing rapidly. Also at the K through 12 level, again, our software is free with curriculum that help students understand and learn in their various efforts. Finally, I'd like to conclude just by a couple of comments. So I'd like your attention for a moment. You know, I said that our world is being challenged. This is a big deal. And my response to that is making geographic knowledge available everywhere. I think it'll become essential. GIS is providing a kind of language for that, a kind of analytic and visual language for sharing, understanding, and action, a kind of platform for action, a kind of collective platform for creating a better future. And you, and here I'm speaking to each of you, and the work that you do, and also how you do that work is already playing a significant role. This collaborative community, teaming spirit is essential. Your work is more important than ever. Integrating geography and maps into everything you do and helping our world better understand and take action. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes what I wanted to talk about. I've talked a little bit about you and the work that you're doing. I've talked a little bit about the challenges that we're facing. I've talked a lot about this idea of creating leadership and action here in the kingdom to move us forward. And I want to thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all of the work that you do. And we'll be spending the next couple of days talking more about it. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Thank you, Jack. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Al-Sayel. I'm going to continue on what Jack starts, and we're going to talk about the ArcGIS capabilities. We'll continue what Jack started, and we will do it with some actual real demonstrations of real users and some demonstration from Esri folks. So we really have an exciting 3 hours ahead of us. I really encourage you, all of you, to stay all at the end. Don't go anywhere, because we all enjoyed seeing all these stories from amazing users around the kingdom doing real work using Esri technology. So it's really exciting for us, and I'm sure it's going to be exciting for you too. So let's start. As Jack said, we at Esri, we develop technology really to help you be successful at your work. And we do that by creating software products. The ArcGIS platform, which most of you are familiar with, we educate our community on that. We also support you on this. So, as Jack also said briefly, the ArcGIS platform is is the name for all our products. So the platform is really designed to be a geospatial, comprehensive geospatial platform. It has many, many capabilities, like mapping, 3D, all these basic capabilities, imagery, analysis, like we're going to see in details and see how our users are using it. But also, it consists of foundational products, like the ArcGIS Pro, the ArcGIS Enterprise, ArcGIS Online. These are all foundational products. The platform is also available in multiple ways. It could be available on your desktop or servers on premise as a software. It is available as a software as a service. All of you are familiar with ArcGIS Online and other products like Velocity and others. But also increasingly available as a platform as a service, and Kubernetes and others. It is by design, bringing everybody together, from all the IT and GIS professionals, the knowledge workers, the people on the field, the people who are analyzing data, data scientists, like we saw a lot of the AI, the people who are really interested in doing more sophisticated analysis, but increasingly also the public, the regular citizens. Increasingly, you can work with the other people around the globe, not just in the kingdom, but also people who wants to develop more custom applications, the developers. It's really bringing individuals and communities together. And speaking of that, so it's also not just including software, but it also includes apps. These are ready-to-use apps that you can use right away. They provide value to you. A lot of you are already using it in the mobile field, on the web. These are apps that are really providing value for you in specific workflows, like the dashboard, field maps, and others. So all of these are great examples, and one of the best ways to demonstrate how this old platform is working is what Giosa is doing. You've seen Dr. Al-Sayel in the morning talking about this Giosa vision. So let's see this in action, and I want you to welcome my dear friend, Engineer Badr Al-Harbi from Giosa, who is going to show us what the GeoHub is about and what is it doing with the Esri technology. Badr?
Thank you, حسام. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. استعدني نقدم اليوم عرض عن جوهب السعودية. ما يخفى عن الجميع الحقيقة أهمية البيانات الجيومكانية اليوم. معظم البيانات الجيومكانية اليوم خلينا نقول كثير منها لها بعد مكاني، وبالتالي من السهولة مكاملة البيانات هذه وتحليلها، وبالتالي نستخدمها في دعم اتخاذ القرارات في قطاعات مختلفة. وإدراك الحقيقة الهيئة لأهمية المعلومة الجيومكانية وأهميتها تحديداً في دعم اتخاذ القرار، عملنا الحقيقة المشروع جوهب السعودية اللي يكون حاضن للبيانات الجيومكانية الوطنية. الفيديو هذا الحقيقة هو استعراض للجوهب الموجود في الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجيومكانية. من خلال هذا المشروع حقيقة عملنا على تحديد 3 مجالات رئيسية لإظهارها كأمثلة حية في كيفية دعم البيانات الجيومكانية. ال3 مجالات كانت جودة الحياة، تنقل، كذلك سياحة. اخترنا ال3 مجالات هذه بناء على عاملين رئيسية. العامل الأول دعم رؤية المملكة 2030 من هذه المجالات، والعامل الثاني توفر البيانات الجيومكانية اللي تدعم المجالات هذه. بشكل عام بنظرة عامة الجوهب السعودية حقيقة مبني على الارتباط بالبيانات الجيومكانية الوطنية من خلال المنصة الجيومكانية الوطنية مع بيانات إضافية حسب حالة الاستخدام. فتكامل البيانات هذه مع بعض وعمل التحليلات المناسبة ونشرها من خلال جوهب السعودية. الجميل في هالعملية هذه أن البيانات هذه قابلة للتحديث والنمو، فكلما تم تحديث قواعد البيانات الجيومكانية والبيانات الإضافية نحصل على تحديث لحالات استخدام والنتائج المختلفة من خلال الجوهب. زي ما تشوفون هذه حقيقة صورة أو سكرين شوت لبعض المعلومات الجيومكانية المتوفرة في الجوهب تحديداً عن جودة الحياة. إظهار هذه المعلومات بتمثيلات مختلفة سواء كإنفوغراف أو لوحات معلومات أو كرسوم بيانية أو حتى كخرائط هو نوع من أنواع تمثيل البيانات لدعم اتخاذ قرارات مختلفة. أيضاً مثال آخر على الثيم أو المجال أو المحور الخاص بالتنقل. يمكن ركزنا في المحور هذا بحسب البيانات المتوفرة على ظاهرة الحوادث المرورية وتحليلها ومعرفة أو كيفية تحسين المسارات المرورية وإعادة هندسة الطرق لتسهيل الحركة المرورية تحديداً في مدينة الرياض. أيضاً الثيم الثالث أو المجال أو المحور الثالث كان عن السياحة. استهدفنا حقيقة معلومات مختلفة عن السياح سواء كان سياح من خارج المملكة أو من داخل المملكة، حجم الإنفاق، وكذلك المواقع السياحية اللي يستهدفونها السياح. لو أخذنا مثال من الأمثلة هذه اللي استعرضناها وهو مثال الخدمات الصحية، هذه أحد أمثلة استعراض البيانات في الجوهب. بنظرة واحدة على مستوى المملكة بالإمكان معرفة تركز الخدمات الصحية، وأيضاً بالإمكان أنه نمثلها أو ننزل في التفاصيل لمعرفة أعداد هذه الخدمات على مستوى مدينة الرياض على سبيل المثال، وممكن أيضاً تمثيلها بأبعاد مختلفة على مستوى منطقة أو محافظة وأيضا يمكن نزول بالتفاصيل الحقيقة إلى مستوى المعلم أو الخدمة أو المستشفى لمعرفة تفاصيل البيانات المرتبطة بهذه الخدمة الصحية. وأخيراً زي ما شفنا أيضاً يمكن تمثيلها على شكل أرقام وإحصائيات، أيضاً لها جانب وتعطي معلومات مختلفة للبيانات هذه. الحقيقة هذه يمكن بس 5 أمثلة أو 5 أنواع لتمثيل البيانات بهدف دعم اتخاذ قرارات مختلفة. كذلك أيضاً ضمن الخدمات اللي تم تحليلها والعمل عليها هي الخدمات التعليمية، زي ما نشوف أيضاً توزيعها على مستوى المملكة، وكذلك بالإمكان استعراضها واستعراض التفاصيل الخاصة فيها حسب الحاجة. وتساهم طبعاً هذه المعلومات في تخطيط وتحسين الموارد الخاصة بالتعليم وزيادة الكفاءة التعليمية على مستوى القطاع، بالإمكان أيضاً تمثيلها على شكل أيضاً رسوم بيانية. أيضاً في المحور الثالث التنقل والملاحة، تساعد البيانات الجيومكانية في تحسين أنظمة المرور. يمكن لو ناخذ كمثال الخارطة الحرارية اللي على يمين الصورة تبين بشكل واضح في مدينة الرياض أماكن الحوادث، وبالتالي معلومة هذه لوحدها كافية في وضع الأولويات في تحسين التقاطعات والطرق التي تكثر بها الحوادث المرورية. طبعاً بالإضافة إلى البيانات الإحصائية ولوحات المعلومات أيضاً لتوفر معلومات مختلفة عن الحوادث المرورية تحديداً في مدينة الرياض. طبعاً البيانات هذه الفترة من 2016 إلى 2018، وزي ما ذكرنا الهدف من عرضها هو مثال لكيفية استخدام البيانات الجيومكانية لدعم اتخاذ القرار وبإمكان تطويرها وتحديثها بمعلومات أو بحالات استخدام مختلفة. الحقيقة اللي استعرضناه يمكن يكون تمثيل البيانات بطرق مختلفة، قد يكون داعم للقرارات من ناحية زي ما ذكرنا تمثيلها على شكل لوحات معلومات أو أرقام أو إحصائيات أو كخارطة، سواء على مستوى نظرة شاملة على مستوى المملكة أو حتى تفاصيل على مستوى مدينة أو حي أو حتى بلوك معين. وهذا بحد ذاته جيد ويدعم اتخاذ قرارات معينة. لكن حقيقة احنا في المشروع استهدفنا أن نروح خطوة إضافية أيضا، ولذلك افترضنا افتراضية أنه أو للإجابة على السؤال أنه نحتاج الخدمات أو تحتاج المواطنين الذين لا يستطيعون الوصول لخدمات صحية خلال 15 دقيقة أو أكثر بالسيارة. فبناء على الافتراضية هذه عملنا تحليل للبيانات ووصلنا إلى تحليل الفجوات زي ما يظهر في الشاشة. الخلايا الممثلة باللون الرمادي ودرجاته تمثل الجاب الموجود في الخدمات الصحية. طبعا لتحقيق أو الوصول لهذه المعلومة استخدمنا بيانات التوزيع السكاني، استخدمنا بيانات المباني بالإضافة للبيانات الأخرى، وكملناها وعملنا التحليل للخروج بهذه المعلومة. كذلك أيضا كنسبة تم تطبيقها على السكان، ووصلنا إلى نتيجة أنه 93% من السكان قادرين للوصول إلى الخدمات الصحية خلال 15 دقيقة، و7% يحتاجون أكثر من 15 دقيقة للوصول إلى خدمة صحية. المثال هذا طبعا ممكن تطبيقه على باقي القطاعات سواء التعليم زي ما نشوف أو حتى مجالات أخرى. وأخيراً الحقيقة الهدف من الجيو هاب أنه يكون مثال واقعي وحي في كيفية ربط البيانات الجيومكانية مع بعضها البعض، مكاملتها مع بيانات أخرى للوصول لتصور كامل عن قطاع معين أو عن قرار معين بهدف اتخاذ قرارات صحيحة مبنية فعلياً على بيانات دقيقة وبيانات جيومكانية. في الختام أشكر لكم استماعكم، أشكر لإزري حقيقة عملها معنا في هذا المشروع للوصول إلى هذه النتيجة. شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Engineer Badr. That was really great work. I mean, it's a great example of how you bring the data from different users from the whole community, put it in a geospatial infrastructure, and create innovative, attractive, good-looking, and informative maps to help the decision makers. So this is GIS in action. All right. Next, I'd like to talk about the ArcGIS, the content we have in the ArcGIS platform. So probably some of you don't know that, but this is really something helpful you can use. The ArcGIS has content. It's not just software. There is thousands of layers that curated and hosted by Esri that you can use. And not just that, but millions of shared items by the entire community around the world. These are base maps, imagery, even demographic data from all over the world. You can actually use, and if you are using the ArcGIS platform, this is available for you to use, and it's really a great resource. And we keep adding and updating that. So there's the new 3D base map using the OpenStreetMap data. This is a great resource if you want to do 3D analysis around the globe. There's also the iNaturalist layer, which have observation of different species, natural species around the world, including Saudi Arabia, and we're going to see this in demonstrations. There's many and many data that we have and you can use, and it's available for you through the ArcGIS platform. I can talk about this on and on and on, but it's better to see it in action. So please welcome Dana Rueli to show us the Living Atlas. Dana?
Thank you, Hussam. ArcGIS Living Atlas is the largest digital collection of created geospatial data in the world. It includes base maps, imagery, and thousands of dynamic data sets that you can use anywhere in ArcGIS. It also can be deployed behind the firewall. This is the Living Atlas homepage where we can browse major categories of content, like base maps. As you will see, this is the homepage of Living Atlas. Okay. Sorry, the mouse is not working, so I need to work. It's not, I need to work. لا طلع الفيديو ده. Okay. So, sorry for that. This is the Living Atlas homepage, where we can browse major categories of content, like base maps, as you will see here. In the base maps, we can explore the categories content. And here's the thing. If you're using base maps anywhere in ArcGIS, whether it's Pro, Online, Enterprise, or in an app, you're using Living Atlas, which means you have access to all of this data. And on homepage also, we can explore the boundaries category, and under imagery, there are thousands of high-resolution data sets available, such as Essential2 data and NAIB imagery, which is made available by the USDA. We can also search for content, like real-time data. For instance, typing live feeds, which will return a collection of real-time data sets on topics like earthquakes, wildfires, weather, and more. Living Atlas is constantly being updated. For example, searching the keyword ACS returns the most current release of American Community Survey estimates and ready-to-use layers. And as you see, the item detail page for any Living Atlas layer is well documented. This ACS data has been viewed for more than 4.5 million times. And many other US federal agencies are also partnering with Esri to share high priority and high demand national data layers through Living Atlas. These national geospatial data assets called NGDA, and it can be searching by the acronym. The result return a collection of nearly 100 key foundational data sets on topics like earthquake, census data, energy leases, bridge, the list goes on. And by sharing these data sets through Living Atlas and easily digestible format, the data search component of GIS project is minimized. So at that time, you can focus on analysis and communicating results. Let's take a couple of quick examples of how you may leverage Living Atlas in your own GIS workflows. In this map, we have two Living Atlas data sets: VA medical facilities and the American Community Survey showing veteran status. What we want to know is how many veterans live within 5 miles of each facility. By simply clicking on the map, a pop-up will answer this question. This pop-up is authored by user-defined arcade expression, meaning that behind the scenes, arcade is intersecting the VA medical facility layer with multiple Living Atlas datasets and returning the key information from each of these layers into the pop-up. And next, let's see a look at how Living Atlas can be used to enhance the cartography of this map. This map shows census tracts eligible for funding to expand access to high-speed internet. And zooming in the Mevra area, we see that census tract boundaries cover both land and parts of Chesapeake Bay. In this census tract, over 90% of the data we're using shows that broadband serviceable locations are underserved or unserved. And it's safe to assume that most of these underserved locations aren't in the Chesapeake Bay. To better represent where broadband needs are, we will add a second Living Atlas layer to cartographically enhance the map. To access Living Atlas in the map viewer, we will go to Browse Layers and change the content source to Living Atlas. And here, we have access to the same data that we were just exploring in the home page, with the same categories, search capabilities, and filters. We will search for the keyword population footprint to find a layer that shows the location of a human population and add it to the map. And now, our newly added Living Atlas layer shows the estimated population footprint of a human settlement. Here's where the magic happens. Under the layer properties, we can blend this new Living Atlas layer of population footprint with the underlying census tract data. And now, our eligible funding locations are still visible on the map, but they are cartographically represented by the population footprint layer rather than the administrative census tract boundaries. ArcGIS Living Atlas can play a crucial role in driving geospatial intelligence, improving decision-making, and enhancing efficiency in both individual and institutional workflows. And the ArcGIS Living Atlas robust datasets can be leveraged for our key vision 2030 goals, such as urban development, infrastructure planning, and environmental sustainability, and smart cities. These were just a few of many tools in Living Atlas. And always remember, if you're using base maps, you have access to Living Atlas to support these important initiatives. Thank you. Back to you, Hussam.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Dana. That was great. So, as Dana said, remember, you already have access to this. You can use it. And even if you want to share your own data, you can share it with Esri, and we can make the whole world access it. If this is something you want to do, it's an economic way to do that. All right. Next, as we saw thousands of layers of different data. So the ArcGIS platform, by design, integrate different kind of data. It can integrate tabular data, vector, imagery, LiDAR, so many different kind of data that bring them together. And by design, it abstracts this into layers and into maps, so the user can use them through the different components of the platform without knowing where is the source of that, or what is the complexity behind that. That's the beauty of the ArcGIS platform. One of this data that a lot of you are using is CAD data. So through the years, through our strategic partnership with Autodesk, we worked together to do the integration between Autodesk and Esri. And this works both ways. So ArcGIS users can easily access the engineering data in the different software of Autodesk, like Revit or DWG or IFCs. They can read this, not just read it, by search for it, analyze it, using it as any other abstracted GIS layer. But also, we geo-enrich all the engineering workflows in Autodesk. So people from within AutoCAD, they can edit ArcGIS data. From InfraWorks, from Civil 3D, they can access all the base maps and all the living atlas and all the different data, their own data, and make work with it. So this is really enriching and geo-enabling all these ASC workflows. I can talk a lot about this, but better to see this in action. And here we're pleased to have Ahmed Khairat from Autodesk and Raphael from Esri to show us this real integration between Autodesk and Esri. So Ahmed and Raphael, please.
Thank you so much. So we at Autodesk, we believe that for the full digital transformation of the architecture, engineering, and construction industry, we need to streamline the flow of BIM and GIS. This allows for the enablement of the digital transformation for the full life cycle of the project, starting from planning to design to construction and to operation. And the studies has shown that the return on investment on this integration allows large-scale transport infrastructure projects and urban development projects to have huge benefits and savings in cost, time, and resources. So the strategy between the Autodesk and Esri strategic alliance has resulted in the intertwining of many platforms and technologies, some on the desktop level, another on the cloud, and a third on the platform level. So one example of the desktop technologies that we have enabled across our synergy between the technologies is the Autodesk connectors for ArcGIS, which enables our civil and infrastructure design authoring tools like InfraWorks, Civil 3D, AutoCAD Map 3D to access geospatial data sources and workflows easily and without the need for transferring the data across separate systems and exporting and importing across multiple data formats. Another example that we have on the cloud level is the BIM and GIS integration between the Autodesk Construction Cloud and the Esri ArcGIS Online and ArcGIS Enterprise central platforms. This integration has resulted in the ArcGIS GeoBIM technologies, which enables the unified visualization and viewing of BIM information and GIS information in the cloud without the need for separate systems and different screens and platforms. And as my colleague will show, we have some exciting news about that. A third part, or a third example, is on the platform level, where the Esri ArcGIS base maps and living atlas is now the preferred geospatial provider for Autodesk systems and applications, where you can now pull information from the Esri platforms and the living atlas to showcase and to understand your project context and information. And what we have seen so far is just the beginning. We have huge announcements and exciting news about the next updates in this strategic alliance, where my friend Raphael will show us.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. I'd like to spend a little bit of time now showing you some of the very exciting product updates that the Esri and Autodesk partnership are enabling, starting with ArcGIS GeoBIM. One of the main challenges with integrating BIM and GIS data is how large and complex these models can get. So to mitigate this, we're building new tools in ArcGIS GeoBIM that can simplify your BIM data and reduce their size by around 90%. So this tool can process your BIM data stored in the Autodesk Construction Cloud automatically, bypassing the need to go through a conversion process in ArcGIS Pro. So in other words, BIM data can now be visualized in your web scene at the touch of a button. It just works. Let me show you an example. So in ArcGIS GeoBIM, I select the new Locate 3D Documents tool, and I click on Run. My BIM models stored in Autodesk are then converted automatically to very lightweight representations and then placed in the right location on my web scene. This results in a significant performance increase and eliminates the need for conversion in ArcGIS Pro. I'm also excited to announce that in 2025, we will have the native ability to use GeoBIM widgets in Experience Builder. These widgets will allow you to create custom and configurable apps that are able to access BIM data stored in the Autodesk Construction Cloud. This is a simple app that was configured in Experience Builder with the GeoBIM Model Viewer widget. When I select a feature in the web scene, I'm instantly taken to that same location in the Autodesk model. In Experience Builder, I can drag and drop my GeoBIM widgets and quickly configure them and then run my application. Here, I've added the GeoBIM Link Explorer that allows me to link specific documents stored in the Autodesk Construction Cloud to GIS features. I can then click on these links and view these documents, such as a CAD drawing or even a PDF, directly in the GeoBIM Model Viewer. I really can't wait to see what our users can create with these new widgets. I'd like to move on to a very exciting new integration now, Autodesk Forma, which was announced at Autodesk University late last year. This initial integration between Autodesk Forma and ArcGIS allows users to perform a variety of different workflows. For example, users can easily select the Esri terrain layer from the Esri Living Atlas and incorporate that directly into their Forma project by simply selecting the area of interest on the map interactively. Next, the ArcGIS for Autodesk Forma extension can be activated, allowing you to access the GIS data stored in your portal environment, so data such as zoning or streets, or even BIM data that's stored as building scene layers in your portal environment. So urban designers can then use a combination of data stored in the Autodesk Construction Cloud and ArcGIS directly in Forma. But the integration doesn't stop there. Users can then take this combined GIS and BIM data and use it directly in Autodesk Revit, making it easy to use GIS data in Revit for the first time ever. So architects and planners can now design with a focus on location and sustainability, leading to better outcomes and more resilient projects. So the Esri and Autodesk partnership is stronger than ever, and I hope that you're as excited as we are with these new integrations. Back to you, Hossam.
Thank you. Thank you, Rafael. Thank you, Ahmed. This is great. I wish if I had this 20 years ago when I was in university, that would make my life much easier. So as we saw, the ArcGIS platform integrates with Autodesk. It also integrates with many other systems, like IBM, Salesforce, ServiceNow, the Amazon cloud. And this integration works both ways. You can access these systems, but also you can geo-enable the workflows in these systems so that all these knowledge workers can access that geographic. And that's what we call increasing or integrating the geographic thinking everywhere. One of these, a great example to illustrate this concept is really our integration with Microsoft. So now more than like 1 billion users of the Office 360 have access to the ArcGIS platform and all the different components, Excel, Microsoft Teams, SharePoint. They can actually reach the ArcGIS and all the data and all the analytics from within the familiar software they are using in Microsoft. This provides that geographic experience and the thinking within their own familiar environment. One of the things that we are really proud of in Esri as well as Microsoft choose Esri to be the geospatial provider for their new analytics framework, the Microsoft Fabric. So there will be a software as a service offering that the Esri engine, analytics engine, will be the essence of it. Another great way to use the ArcGIS platform is the field operation. A lot of you using already bring the GIS into the field. So the ArcGIS platform allow all the users to go into the field with some of the apps that are available already without doing anything. It's already ready for you to use, like field maps, survey 123, quick capture. We'll see that in action. And we're keeping enhancing that, like bringing the AI to it, the offline capabilities and real calculations and accurate GPS. All this is available for you so you can do professional field mapping. One of the greatest examples of actually using field maps and practically using it and saving a lot of money and effort is that actually what our friends in the Imam bin Saud, Imam bin Hamad, the Royal Reserve, and I would like to bring Mr. Dakhil Al-Muteri to show us what they did at the Royal Reserve. Please.
Thanks,
Mr. Dakhil.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السيدات والسادة الحضور، أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. دور التطبيقات الجيومكانية في صون الطبيعة، مرصد العرمة البيئي في هيئة تطوير محمية الإمام عبد العزيز محمد الملكية. في البداية اسمحوا لي بإعطاء نبذة بسيطة عن هيئة تطوير محمية الإمام عبد العزيز بن محمد الملكية، والتي تأسست عام 1439 هجرية تحت مظلة مجلس المحميات الملكية لتسهم في تحقيق أهداف رؤية السعودية 2030 مع الأخذ بالقيم الحماية والتنمية والاستدامة والمواطنة والأصالة، وكذلك لتحقيق مستهدفاتها الاستراتيجية تحت 3 ركائز أساسية، وهي طبيعة مصانة ومجتمع مشارك وسياحة بيئية، بالإضافة إلى ركيزة رابعة داعمة لها وهي إدارة فعالة. قامت هيئة تطوير محمية الإمام عبد العزيز بن محمد الملكية وبدعم وتمكين من سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الدكتور طلال بن عبد الله الحريقي بإنشاء مرصد العرمة البيئي ليكون مظلة داعمة للتطبيقات الجيومكانية والبيانات الجيومكانية للتحليل والجمع وتخزين البيانات الجيومكانية، مستخدمة في ذلك أحدث التقنيات الجيومكانية بما يخدم استقراء الواقع البيئي، وكذلك تمكين صانع القرار من اتخاذ القرار المناسب في الوقت المناسب. من أهم أدوار مرصد العرمة البيئي دعم الإدارات والأقسام داخل الهيئة بما يحتاجونه من جميع البيانات الجيومكانية التي تساعدهم في أداء أعمالهم بكل يسر وسهولة لتحقيق مستهدفات الهيئة الاستراتيجية. يعتبر مرصد العرمة البيئي في أداء أعماله على 3 محتويات من البرامج والتطبيقات. برامج تحليلات أساسية تستخدم من قبل المختصين في نظم المعلومات الجغرافية، وكذلك تطبيقات داعمة تساعد في تحليل وعرض البيانات بأسهل الطرق الممكنة مثل الإكسبيرينس بيلدر والArcGIS داشبورد وغيرها. كذلك يوجد لدينا تطبيقات للرصد الميداني تستخدم من قبل الفرق الميدانية في المحميتين، ومن ضمنها الArcGIS فيلد ماب والArcGIS سيرفي 123 والArcGIS ورك فورس والArcGIS كويك كابتشر. ضمن سعي هيئة تطوير محمية الإمام عبد العزيز بن محمد الملكية في أتمتة إجراءات الرصد الميداني وذلك بالانتقال من الطرق التقليدية المتمثلة في الرصد اليدوي باستخدام التقارير الورقية، قامت بالانتقال إلى تطبيقات جيومكانية سهلت عمليات الرصد الميداني عن طريق قواعد بيانات جيومكانية مؤتمتة تقوم بنقل الملاحظات الميدانية من المحميتين إلى قواعد البيانات الجيومكانية مباشرة. مقارنة سريعة بين الطريقتين، الطريقة التقليدية الأولى والطريقة الحديثة اللي هي التطبيقات الجيومكانية، نرى أن طريقة الرصد الميداني للملاحظات البيئية في السابق كانت تعتمد على عدة برامج ومن مصادر مختلفة، وهذا يخلق لدى المراقب البيئي التشتت وفقدان المعلومة. أما حالياً نعتمد على تطبيق ميداني واحد يتمثل في الفيلد ماب يقوم بجمع كل المعلومات وفي وقت وجيز. في السابق كان هناك تأخير في وصول المعلومة والملاحظة البيئية إلى صانع القرار، أما حالياً فخلال 30 ثانية تقريباً يستطيع صانع القرار معرفة ومراقبة ما يحدث في الميدان. كذلك زادت دقة صحة البيانات الجيومكانية مع التطبيق الميداني إلى حوالي 99%، وهذا يعطي قرارات بدقة وصحة أكثر وفهم كامل للمعلومة، مع سهولة عمل التحليلات الجيومكانية المختلفة، وكذلك سهولة عرض البيانات على الArcGIS داشبورد. كذلك تم الحد من تكرار المخالفات البيئية بعد استخدام التطبيقات الجيومكانية، وأصبح المراقب البيئي يستطيع الحصول على معلومات إضافية تساعده قبل الرصد من خلال معلومات إضافية وتطبيقات جيومكانية وصور فضائية تساعده على اتخاذ المعلومة بالشكل الصحيح. شاكر ومقدر لكم حسن استماعكم، وكذلك نشكر شركة إزري على إعطائنا الفرصة للمشاركة بتجربة هيئة تطوير محمية الإمام عبد العزيز محمد الملكية.
Shukran. Thank you, Muhandis Dakhil. Thank you. That was great. It's a real example of the mobile applications in the field. All right. Next, I'd like to talk about the data management of the ArcGIS platform. I mean, many of you use the ArcGIS platform as the system of records to edit your data, to keep track of your data and manage it. And this is one of the fundamental capabilities of the ArcGIS platform. And we keep working in it. Through the ArcGIS Pro, you can manage your data, you can establish your data. We keep enhancing that, so there's many enhancements coming, like working with the schema management, a lot of new capabilities offline, editing your data offline, data integration, like you'll see it in a few minutes, the new data pipeline application online, which you can use it to engineer the data and create new abstracted layers. The new web editor, which allows you to edit your data through the web, which simplify your workflows significantly. Different formats we keep adding, like stack, image, catalog. There's a lot of new capabilities coming. Also, by design, the ArcGIS is an open platform. It supports OGC open standards. It allows you to integrate with other systems, and many of you are using it to create and integrate with other systems like Giosa and others, other organizations. And also, ArcGIS is an enterprise platform. When we say it's an enterprise platform, it means it's scalable, it's secure, it's reliable, and it's interoperable. It works with other systems, your enterprise system or outside system through the OGC standards or others. It allows you to implement your GIS infrastructure in many ways, whether you're in private cloud, public cloud, Kubernetes, your regular servers. There's different ways of implementing it. And it's really a well-architected platform. It is, there's a lot of documented practices of how you design it, maintain it, and secure it. At the heart of the ArcGIS platform is the mapping and cartography. This is one of the fundamentals that GIS was invented for, actually. So ArcGIS has a comprehensive set of tools for creating beautiful cartography. ArcGIS Pro is the fundamental tool to do that. And we'll keep enhancing and adding new capabilities of it. So there's this new thematic map series when you allow you to create multiple maps with an easy way and map them in different colors and symbols, adding hyperlinks to the layouts, the map layouts, enhancing the heat maps, for example. There's different things. We're going to see this also in action. Web mapping is the new way of showing your beautiful cartography. It's by design focused on smart data-driven mapping and visualization on the web. And when we say in the web, it means that in your mobile device, on your desktop, in your tablet, it's throughout the ArcGIS platform. So you can do traditional cartography, but do the same thing on the web as well. And we've seen a lot of this, and we'll continue to see beautiful things, like we're enhancing the map viewer in ArcGIS Online and Enterprise to allow you to do these smart mapping capabilities. Now you can access related records through the web maps. You can also do dynamic charting and sketching on the map. Multiple people can collaborate together and sketching on the map to generate ideas. The dynamic map, dynamic symbolization, there's a lot of things. This is really exciting, and it's really make the using of the ArcGIS very useful. The examples that we've seen from Giosa in the morning, the Geo Hub, is actually an illustration of this web mapping new capabilities of beautiful mapping that the engineer Badr showed. Another popular way of sharing your data is actually turning them into apps instantly. So if you have a beautiful map, you want to share it with everybody, you can just create a simple viewer with one of these available templates. There's like 20+ templates available that you can share your data into, and just send the link to someone to let them do simple browsing of your map or something routing, or maybe like a cross-section of the Earth. Simple, focused application. There's 20 of them that you can use and share your data and make people use your data in a new way. And this is available out of the box instantly. That's why we call them instant apps. There's 3D viewers. There's one of the favorite here, and Jack really likes that, is the Atlas viewer. That's actually National Geographic used this and made them available through their map maker platform. So schools and university can use them to teach how to use geography and create Atlas right away. So these are a nice way available for you through the ArcGIS platform as well. Another very popular way of sharing your data with is dashboards. So all start with the web map. You have a web map, you can use a dashboard right away to share it, make it available for your executives, for your people to show that. You can use it to visualize your trends, the results of your analytics. You can monitor status of certain things, assets. You can manage performance of things. There's a lot of these things, and we're enhancing these dashboards. They work very well now with mobile devices. They have new styling and actually work with 3D and 2D now, and we keep enhancing more and more with that. So we can talk about the cartography and new things, but again, better to see it in action. So please welcome Ghala Al-Humrani. Ghala Al-Humrani, who's going to show us the mapping and cartography capabilities of the platform. Please, Ghala.
Thank you, Hussam. So, creating and interacting with compelling maps is central to your work. So today, I'm going to show you what's new in mapping and cartography across ArcGIS. Here, in ArcGIS Pro, I'm going to take a closer look at some threads. I will add a threads layer from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and it comes in with the default symbology showing trail use. Next, I have another map in my project that I've configured with customized symbology for trails. I'll copy this layer's properties to grab the symbology, pop-ups, labels, and apply them to my new layer with only one click using the new paste properties. Now, I will symbolize the trail width. To keep my cartography simple, I will use the new classified data under size by attribute. This was available in ArcMap, and based on your requests, we've added it in ArcGIS Pro. So now I can see where we have vehicle roads and differentiate wide and narrow hiking trails. Second thing I will use with newly released data from the Living Atlas, the iNaturalist observations. The iNaturalist is a crowdsourced identification system where people submit georeferenced photos to find out what species they're looking at. The data is then available for science and conservation work through the Living Atlas. I will select one of the observation points. As you can see here, someone submitted a photo of an eastern bluebird. Scrolling the pop-up, I get more information about the species, its habitat, and thousands of other observations nearby. Now, I've split the iNaturalist observations by category and put them into a group. And new in this release of Pro, I can change the group type to radio button. So with one click, I can switch between just viewing my plant observations to just mammals or just birds. To make it clear, I will update the symbol into a lighter color and hit apply. As you can notice here at the bottom, there's a new option, auto apply. When I turn this on and add an outline, I will see the change reflected on my map immediately. Finally, I will bring this map into a layout. I created this layout using the new thematic map series. This takes my layout and make it in different locations. And one other feature we've added in layouts, I'm going to switch into a different layout page and watch the title here where it says birds. I've used the new fitting strategy. So this longer title, Ray-finned fishes, shrinks automatically to fit the same area in my layout. And one other feature we've added in layouts is the ability to insert hyperlinks. These are just a few of the new features for mapping and cartography across ArcGIS Pro.
Let's go to the map
viewer.
Here
we will work with the same data set. To better understand the data, I will enable aggregation. Here, by default, we are seeing the number of the observation points colored by category. So this green cluster is mostly plant observation, and this brown cluster is mostly insect observations. And new, in this release of online, I can set the scale threshold. So as I zoom in, the individual observation points will appear smoothly on the same layer. As I zoom out, the cluster automatically recalculates at each zoom scale. Next, I will use another aggregation option, binning. Binning has the advantage of grouping our observation points into same-sized bins, so I can easily compare and visualize regional patterns. Now, we are introducing a new bin style, reference size. Reference size is based on the spots and dots symbology technique introduced by Richard Tolwerman in 1966. In a reference size symbol, the fill is based on the number of the observation points in the underlying bin. So, a more filled-in symbol has more observations, and areas with no observations are not symbolized, allowing the viewer to gain additional context from the base map and to understand that the iNaturalists are not continuous across the state. Now, the worm and dots are especially powerful when we add an additional variable. To add more depth, I will calculate a new bin field. When I add it as an attribute, the smart mapping will give me a new version of the worm and dots, colored by their categories. But this isn't necessarily where we have the most species within the park, but rather where people most are submitting their photos to iNaturalist. So these red symbols are where people are submitting lots of photos of plants, and the blue symbols are where people are mostly submitting photos of insects. Now, I will bring this map into a dashboard. Dashboards are powerful tools for interacting with your data for further exploration. I will select a hiking trail and see my map zoom to the area. I can then filter by the plant category, and I will see the surrounding elements update automatically. And new in this release of dashboards, I can trigger actions using features in 3D scenes. Today, I've shown you new features for mapping and cartography in ArcGIS Pro, in the map viewer, and in dashboards. You can work with the same data and the same maps for you to make it easier for you to collaborate and to create beautiful and impactful maps. Thank you. Back to you, Hussam. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghala. It was great. Okay, we'll move on. So next, another very popular way to share your data is story maps. And it's really been one of the, actually the most popular app we have in Esri, with millions of story maps published around the world. And this is a way that you can get your web map and then create a story around it, tell a story using geography. And there's templates available, allow you to do this and walk you through it. There's different ways of doing it. One of the new templates we added is briefing. You can actually use it to do offline presentation like PowerPoint, but without PowerPoint is interactive maps. You can use it to do your briefing even if you don't have internet. So there's a lot of things that you can do with a lot of templates available for you to create and tell your stories. And one of the examples of actually telling stories with maps is actually what they did in the Sharqiya Development Authority. So they have a really nice cartographic story. So without stealing the thunder, please welcome engineer Fatma Baghdadi, who's going to show us a really exciting story using maps.
Thank you حسام. أسعد الله مساءكم بكل خير. في البداية حابة أبدأ بسؤال: هل بإمكاننا تحويل خريطة المنطقة الشرقية إلى تحفة فنية؟ نعم، هي سرد المكان. هيئة تطوير المنطقة الشرقية هي جهة حكومية تهدف إلى التطوير والتخطيط الشامل في كافة المجالات، وتمثل المنطقة الشرقية أكثر من ربع مساحة المملكة، وتشترك في 7 حدود مع 7 دول، وفيها 13 محافظة، أهمها مدينة الدمام وهي مقر الأمارة ومحافظة الخبر. ننتقل إلى الفصل الأول: الخريطة هي أصل الحكاية. دعونا نتخيل معاً أن الكاتب يحاول أن يعبر عن كتاب أو قصيدة بدون أي حروف يستخدمها، أو مثال عالم رياضيات يريد أن يعبر عن نظرية ويثبت نظرية بدون استخدام أي أرقام. وهذا الشيء ينطبق على التخطيط، فإنه لا يمكن أن يبدأ التخطيط بدون خريطة، فهي حجر الأساس وأصل البداية. الخريطة هي كانت الانطلاقة لمنصة سرد، وهي منصة معلومات حضرية تضم أكثر من 100 مليون معلومة حضرية في مجموعة من المنتجات والخدمات التي اعتمدت بشكل كامل على منتجات إزري. سوف نأخذكم اليوم بإذن الله على رحلة بسيطة في محطاتنا لإنتاج هذه الخريطة المبدعة. ننتقل الآن إلى الفصل الثاني وهو تفاصيل من الإبداع. بدأنا رحلة المنطقة الشرقية من صفحة بيضاء، ومع كل خطوة خطيناها كان الجانب الإبداعي حاضراً في أدق التفاصيل، حيث رحلة العمل على الخريطة انطلقت من تحديد النطاقات الإشرافية ومحافظاتها، وبعدها أضفنا طبقات البيانات الأخرى تدريجياً مثل شبكات الطرق والموانئ وغيرها من البيانات التي تم تطويرها على عدة مراحل. الآن سوف نبدأ رحلة لكشف تفاصيل جديدة عما هو الإبداع في تصميم خريطتنا. سنبتدأ أول محطاتنا بالإطار الخارجي للخريطة. المعتاد أنه مجرد خط بسيط، ولكن الإطار هنا مكون من زخارف مستوحاة من عمق تراث المنطقة الشرقية التي تمثل التراث المحلي، مثل الزخارف الجصية الحساوية إلى النقوش التي تحكي تاريخ المكان، وكل هذا مستوحى من البيوت التراثية بالمنطقة، وكل تفصيل تم اختياره بعناية ليحكي جزءاً من القصة. كما درسنا أيضاً الموجهات العمرانية والتقارير التي أصدرت على مستوى المملكة لتكون مرجع نضيف من خلاله تفاصيل المنطقة الشرقية الثرية. من خلال تلك الموجهات وإضافتها للخريطة، حاولنا أن ننقل لكم إحساس بيوت الطين الحساوية القديمة، والرموز الظاهرة على الشاشة هي محاولة لإيصال هذا الإحساس لكم من خلال الخريطة. نأخذكم لثالث محطاتنا وهو طريقة إظهار الخليج العربي. كما تعلمون المنطقة الشرقية بها ساحل ممتد على الخليج العربي. نتساءل كيف سيتم إظهار هذا الخليج؟ عملنا على إعادة تحسين لون مياه الخليج العربي ليبدو نابضاً بالحياة والحيوية وأقرب ما يكون إلى الألوان الحقيقية. ما هي التحسينات التي قمنا بها في سهم الشمال؟ قمنا بتصميم مميز يعكس قبلة المسلمين بمكة المكرمة مدمجاً بشعار الهيئة كما ترون على الشاشة. كان الاهتمام بالتفاصيل الدقيقة هو أولويتنا. ننتقل إلى اهتمامنا بلغتنا الأم وكيفية عرضها على الخريطة. قمنا باستخدام التكست فورماتينج لتحسين جودة ودقة الخطوط العربية بالخريطة لتعزيز الهوية. تنسيق النص بواسطة التكست فورماتينج ولغة الأركيد في بيئة ArcGIS Pro لتسهم في تصنيف الأولويات في ظهور النصوص وتنسيقها بوضوح ودقة على الخريطة، كما يعزز من عرض النصوص باللغة العربية بطريقة فنية تتناسب مع تصميم الخريطة، مما يجعله أحد العناصر الأساسية في الكارتوغرافيا لتقديم خرائط احترافية وجذابة بصرياً. كما عملنا مجهود كبير لتظهر الرموز السيمبلز بشكل مختلف وحديث. كما ترون تم إنشاء الرموز بواسطة الذكاء الاصطناعي AI Vector Objects من خلال تطويرها باستخدام تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في برنامج Adobe Illustrator، مما يضمن تصميماً دقيقاً يعكس معايير حديثة. الفصل الأخير والختام. خريطتنا هي حكاية تتحدث أمامنا. تم تكوين تفاصيل الخريطة بشكل تلقائي مدمج على منصة سرد لسهولة وصول مستخدمي المنصة لتلك التفاصيل وإضافة إمكانية طباعتها، وجاري العمل الآن على عمل الخريطة بطريقة ويب ماب. وختاما لرحلتنا نحب أن نستعرض لكم كيف كانت الخريطة وكيف أصبحت خريطة المنطقة الشرقية الآن، حيث يمكنكم الاطلاع على تفاصيل الخريطة بالكامل من خلال QR كود أمامكم، ولا تترددوا في التواصل معنا لمعرفة أي تفاصيل إضافية. ومجدداً أهلاً بكم في المنطقة الشرقية.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Fatma. That was great. I really liked the innovative cartography he said, and it has a story behind it, and he took it all the way to the web mapping. So, great story. Thank you. Okay. So next, we want to talk about the analytics, which is one of the most important capabilities of the ArcGIS platform. We have a lot of sophisticated analytics tools, and a lot of you are already using it. The ArcGIS, through the ArcGIS Pro or ArcGIS Online, you can do feature and raster graph analysis. You do data engineering. You can do spatial statistics. There's a lot of things you can use. One of the new features that we actually working on and is coming soon is the model builder. You know, you're familiar with the model builder on ArcGIS Pro. Now it's going to be online, and it's coming soon. There's also the data pipeline available now in ArcGIS Online, where you can do data engineering. So there's more and more, and we keep working more, add more spatial analytics tools. And as Jack talked in the morning about the AI and the GUI, we've been working on this for a few years now, that there's a lot of capabilities within the platform that you can use right away to do AI using GIS. So you can do feature extraction, you can upgrade your roads, you can actually detect features if you want. And the way you do that by using some of the available models that Esri created, I think there's a lot of models available for you to use right away. You can use them right away or your own data, or if you don't have the data, you can use them on the Living Atlas data. There's a lot of imagery and other data, you can use them. Or you can, if you acquire specific data, whether your drones or you're acquiring from satellite, you can use them. But a lot of things to count trees, to extract certain features like building footprints, update your street center lines. And not just you can use them as is, but you can take them, train them more in your specific data and get even more fine results. So this is really lowering the part of using AI, and it's available to use. It's not something and it's been tested and it's mature because it's been there for a long time. But what's next? And also, Jack talked about it. There's the GeoAI analytics tools was been there for some time. But then also the new generative AI, which is coming. We at Esri working to add this to all the different components of the ArcGIS platform. So pretty soon you'll be able to ask the help something, and they will give you what is the best way to do analytics in a certain way. This is all interactive way. This is coming, and we are working on it right now. But we can also, instead of waiting for all this, we can give you a glimpse of this. We at the Professional Services Division been doing some experiment with generative AI, and it's not experiment mode. Actually, few of our customers are actually using it. So without talking too much of that, please welcome my energetic, good, young friend, Mansour Raat, who's going to really showing us the exciting things that he's been working on with the professional services team on the generative AI. Mansour, please.
Thank you.
Excite
Thank
us.
you, Sam. Thank you, everybody. I'm very excited to be here, and I want to talk to you about something very interesting. I found this quote that actually really made sense to me. And you really haven't experienced AI till you really spend 3 sleepless nights of existential anxiety. Actually, when I was building this whole thing for ESRI, it took me about 6 months to really get the essence of it. And I think this really meant a lot to us in here. I want to talk to you about something that we in professional services are building. It's called Project GATE. GATE stands for the Generative AI Toolkit. Because of generative AI, I need a mascot for this whole thing. So I asked the prompt engineering here to give me the cartographer, Mohammed Al-Idrisi, with the llama, with the cedar tree in a gate, and it produced that. I think it's beautiful, and it kind of symbolizes a lot of things for us we are here. What is GATE? GATE is a toolkit. It's a very tiny Python module that enables us to do agentic reasoning. It can use tools like routing, geocoding, and you can bring in your own custom solution in here. In addition to that, it can be used in notebooks and toolboxes, and of course, it can be exposed as a web app, and there's a human in the loop to kind of give the human feedback in it. What does that mean in here? Ladies and gentlemen, we are entering an agentic AI, and in our case, it's a geo-agentic AI. What does that mean? Well, yesterday's AIs are actually the user talking to a chatbot that has only certain information, and it gives you back an answer. Well, today's AI, we've been able to do that with actually multimodal, right? So now, rather than just using models, we can now interrogate the scene and get directly information out of it. For example, here I'm asking it to give me tractors or bicycles or motorcycle, and it can give me that information. And again, without training, some of these models now directly from 3D scene pick up information. So this is something new that hasn't been seen before, where you had to do training before. Now you can just work with the models in here. Well, today's AI is a little bit different. Rather than the user talking to a chatbot, it's talking to a geo agent. And with a little bit of human feedback, this geo agent now can take actions. And the way it does that, through this architecture in here. An agent has memory, knowledge base, but the beauty about GATE is you bring in your own LLM or a small language model to do that. This is very, very important to keep things in your walled garden in here. And of course, you bring in your own skills to this equation in here. So we exposed it as a web app. This is a template that we have that's talking to New York City taxi data. And in it, we can directly ask questions about it. This is an easy one, right? Where we can ask the number of trips, and it would go out, and we'll get that information. Or I can get information by a JFK or LGA. But what makes the LLM so amazing is I just have to talk about Kennedy or LaGuardia, and will give me that. I can ask a question in English or in Arabic, or even better, without training, the same question can be asked in Hindu, and the answer can come back in here. That's what makes it so amazing. Of course, The biggest thing is tool calling. And in this particular case, it went out and called a geoprocessing task on my behalf to give me heat map of all the trips in Manhattan. So this is where things become very interesting. Now, what's next? What we're excited about here at ESRI, we call it the ESRI vision of AI, is just the multi-agent scenario, and also to able to do multi-reasoning on complex tasks without human feedback. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about in here. This is a beautiful map that comes along with it, and now I can start talking to it. How far is Atlanta from Riyadh?
Atlanta is 11,714 kilometers from Riyadh.
What it did here, it understood my text, geocoded Atlanta and Riyadh, and calculated that. This is a reasoning task that it comes into it without human interference. What kind of information does the map have?
The map provides details on hospitals, public schools, and refineries in Miami, including names, addresses, contact details, and specific attributes like hospital beds, school enrollment, and facility types.
How many schools are within half a mile of hospitals with emergency rooms?
There are 9 public schools within a half-mile of hospitals with emergency rooms.
And what is the final total enrollment in schools within 5 miles of refineries?
The total enrollment in schools within 5 miles of refineries is 41,706.
And of course, we can ask explanation.
Searching for total enrollment in schools within 5 miles of refineries, using the enrollment field to calculate the sum of enrollments.
So this is Project Gate, very quickly. Well, how to get started? Well, come talk to us. We're going to be around. Please help us out. We'd love to collaborate with you all and make this a dream come true to everybody here. Thank you, Hussam.
Thank you, Mansour. As always, Mansour is always exciting us. So this is a great glimpse of the future that is happening right now. Okay, another great way of analyzing data is through using geospatial knowledge graphs. This is probably new to some of you, but the knowledge graphs is basically analyzing the relationship between complex entities. It is very good. One of the very the first use of it is in analyzing social networks. So it's also you can use it in supply chain, analyzing the different components of the supply chain, crime analysis. So if you have different suspects and the relationship between them. In the corona time, analyzing the infections and who was exposed to who and the network of exposure. There's a lot of good use to it. So the geospatial knowledge graphs is available through ArcGIS Pro. It allows you to analyze the different complex relationship between these different things in the knowledge graphs, but also relate them to the geography. And it's been available on ArcGIS Pro, but now also we have this Knowledge Studio app that people can use to actually query these knowledge graphs without having to use ArcGIS Pro. So anybody can actually query this, even if they're not expert in GIS. Another aspect is the real time. A lot of you are using already live feeds and tracking your vehicles or drones, or even tracking or monitoring some of the things in the field like Aramco and others. So you've been using the GeoEvent server, but also we have the software as a service offering, which is we call ArcGIS Velocity. This is can allow you to analyze massive amount of data, billions, sometimes billions of records, and not just viewing them, but receiving these billions of records, analyzing on the fly, and create some spatial analytics on top of that. This is all happening massively. Velocity is available as a software as a service, and it's coming soon to be an enterprise solution, so you can do it behind your firewall. Also, we do the spatial analysis of big data. We have this GeoAnalytics engine tool, which is actually bring the analytics to the data. It actually sits inside the data frameworks or the data platforms like the Databricks and Amazon and Azure. It sits there into their into all these platforms that actually perform the analytics on the data. So you have massive amount of data, billions of records. Instead of moving them to the analytics engine, no, the analytics engine go there and allow you to do massive amount of analytics very quickly and bring the results back to the GIS. So these are a lot of the capabilities we've seen. We're going to see even more and more, so stay tuned and don't go anywhere. After the break, please, we'll have more and more of that. Please.
Thank you, حسام. الأعزاء الحضور، تم الانتهاء من الجلسة الأولى، وندعو كبار الشخصيات للتوجه إلى القاعة المقابلة لافتتاح المعرض، وسنكمل هنا بعد استراحة الصلاة في تمام الساعة 1. Dear guests, now is the closing of session 1. We invite our esteemed VIP guests to join the opening of the exhibition in the other hall. We will be back here after the prayer time at 1 p.m. Thank you.
please. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, we'll continue our journey through the ArcGIS capable demonstration of all our users and Esri staff. Please, if you come back to your seats so we can continue to see what exciting things we have. All right, so we want to talk about imagery. So the ArcGIS platform is an imagery platform. It is a true imagery platform. It's used to manage the imagery. It's used to access multiple sensors data. You can analyze the imagery and create new analytics products. You can visualize this imagery in different ways, but also recently you can do what we call reality mapping, which is use the imagery to create 3D meshes and 3D products. So the ArcGIS platform supports multiple and many types of imagery formats and sensors. It's LiDAR imagery, raster imagery, even new formats like the stack support. Also recently we're supporting videos. So if you have drones that brings live feeds, live video feeds, you can include them and analyze them using the server, video server, ArcGIS server, video server, and integrate them with your geospatial data. There's multiple capabilities you can do that using AI and other analytical tools to analyze all these different data. It really provides a whole new insights to your traditional GIS by adding all these imagery capabilities. We can talk a lot about it, but as usual, demo is much better than words. So please welcome Firas Ghandour, who's showing us the latest capabilities of imagery and remote sensing. Firas?
Thank you, Hussam. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Having access to the power of imagery gives us a new perspective of our world. And this new perspective gives us the responsibility scroll. I can't scroll. When the mouse I can't see it. Okay. 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 Having access to the power of imagery gives us a new perspective of our world. And this new perspective gives us the responsibility to monitor changing resources and be good stewards of our land. We're going to take a look at changing resources across the state of Alaska using imagery catalogs all of you have access to today, including ArcGIS Living Atlas and data from Microsoft Plenary computer. There are tens of thousands of glaciers across the state of Alaska. Over 5% of the state is covered in ice. Let's have a look at some of them using datasets that most of you are probably familiar with. The World Imagery Base Map with global topography. Exit Glacier is one of the most visited glaciers on the planet. Using the profile tool, we can measure how the ice descends 3,000 feet into the valley below, offering spectacular views for the neighboring viewing area. The World Imagery Base Map gives everyone access to this gorgeous global imagery catalog instantly. For our next catalog, let's head over to Mendenhall Glacier on the outskirts of Juneau. In the summer, melting snow and ice creates a lake held by the dam of ice. And at the end of the summer, the dam breaks and the water comes rushing down the river. Alaska Department of Transportation closely monitors the timing and the flow of the ice. They use drones to inspect their infrastructure. This many inspection images would be difficult to manage by using oriented imagery layer. We can upload folders of inspection images now, and you can see them here in the scene. In blue, you can see where Alaska DOT flew over, around, and under the bridge. Enriched with the drone's orientation data, we can click on the scene and see the inspection images in the photo viewer. We can even zoom in to the piling on the bridge and inspect the pilings and the flow of water around them. Now, if we wanted to monitor any glacier over time, we can use many open imagery catalogs and on the Living Atlas. And Esri's Landsat Explorer is just one of them. Using Landsat Explorer, I can choose a scene by clicking a year and a preferred cloud cover. And on the bottom, you can see a calendar view of all of the Landsat scenes available to me and which scenes match my search criteria. Here, we are back at Exit Glacier. And from here, I can even create an animation. What we are seeing is a visualization of the recession of Exit Glacier since 2013. So these catalogs are powerful, and they are not just like mere images and pretty ones, but rather huge data sets. So these capabilities so far seems great, but let's take it to the next level. Glaciers are very clear indicators of the climate change, but in Alaska, not all change is visible. There are 75 million acres of national parks and forests across the state, and 20% of that is made up of the Tongass National Park. It's home to the largest population of blackbirds, bald eagles, and other spectacular wonders. It's been titled the lungs of North America because it holds 40% of all carbon stored across the national forests in the US. However, the landscape in the Tongass is changing rapidly. So how can we detect the change through time? Using data from the Microsoft Planetary Computer, which is accessible through Spatiotemporal Asset Catalog, or STAC, we can search through a wealth of image collections, such as Landsat. We can input the dates and times we want images for. In this case, we're only using the summer months to reduce the noise from seasonal change. Additionally, we can limit our area of interest and perform any metadata queries, such as cloud cover or platform. The result appears instantly, and we can add an image to our map directly. Or we can select all scenes of interest and manage them in a mosaic dataset. Here, the green polygons represent all 1,200 Landsat images that we added to our multidimensional mosaic dataset. To detect change year by year, we applied raster functions that blend and aggregate yearly images that are free of both clouds and snow. Our new image cube encompasses the Tongass in the summer months from 2023 all the way back to 1986. So what this means is we can now analyze 50 years of Landsat imagery in just one single dataset. Now let's see how we do that. Normalized burn ratio is a great tool to highlight any potential forest disturbances. We can use the band arithmetic raster function to calculate the difference in our near-infrared and shortwave infrared bands. We can then apply a quick symbology to update that highlights those disturbances in red and in any variations of yellow to green. Now we've analyzed it, and the result is clear on the map. Now let's take a closer look at the Prince of Wales Island, where the algorithm detected a disturbance. We can create a temporal profile to learn where this disturbance occurred. We can select a pixel on the map to define an area of interest and learn that pixel's history. According to the chart that we can see, this pixel was relatively stable until a sudden disturbance in 2017, and then stabilized in 2019. Now let's compare this to the map. In 2016, the peninsula was relatively undisturbed, but in 2017, we see a road appear in the beginning of our forest disturbance. Jumping ahead to 2019 reveals larger scale of forest activity. This type of change is evident throughout the Tongass, and this analysis is powered through large-scale raster analytics. Thank you. Back to you, Hussam.
Thank you, Firas. That was great. So we can really say the ArcGIS is a true imagery platform. Amazing capabilities. Also part of this capability is what we call reality mapping. So reality mapping simply is that you can get imagery from your own drones or aerial photos, bring them together, put them in the reality mapping software to create output like 3D meshes, true orthos, even oriented imagery, point cloud. This is really adding amazing capabilities to the ArcGIS platform, and you can do that your own. Now drones are very popular, and anybody can buy drones, can do that. And you can do that, there's two pieces of software of the platform you can use to create this reality mapping. The site scan, which is available online, it's a software as a service software, or drone to map, which you can use it on your own desktop. Bring all these imagery together and then create these beautiful outputs. And we are adding new functionalities to these reality mapping. We like thermal support. You can have thermal data and create thermal imagery. Using oriented imagery, this is a recent enhancement as well. And also many, many more, like have multiple camera, multiple sensors. One of these, our great users that are actually making use of the imagery platform and the imagery capabilities is the Diraya Gate Authority here. And please welcome Engineer Ala Rifai from the Diraya Gate Authority, who's going to show us all the exciting things they're doing there, including imagery. Engineer Ala, please.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. يعطيكم العافية جميعا. We are pleased to be here joining this conference, and we are here to present a showcase for our solutions from utilizing the Esri platform, Esri product. First of all, DGDA mission is to preserve Diraya rich history, culture, and traditions, and for future generation. Diraya is Saudi Arabia's birthplace and most valuable treasure. It dated back to the 15th century. Diraya is a sustainable landmark that promotes water reservation, energy efficiency, wellness, culture, and heritage. Now we're gonna give you a glimpse from our challenges, why we are starting using the GIS solutions. The first one is gonna be the efficiency of tracking the changes on the ground to keep up with rapid development. Without real-time tracking, decision can be hard and impacted inaccurate data. Inspection works aren't tracked or archived properly. There is no accountability efficiency for using the resources, or the oversight also, and a higher risk of errors. Also, it's hard to track and analyze data without existence of a unified databases or enterprise solution for the data source. Decision make can be difficult during these issues. So we set back in 2020 in DGDA, and we create this roadmap And it's the outcome for this roadmap is just in 3 phases. Phase number 1, we call it the foundation phase. The foundation phase allowing DGDA to build the enterprise solution along with other sites of sort of apps to start working out and helping our operations. This is end by back in 2022, yes. I'm sorry. Yes, the second phase, we call it operation normalization. And this phase is all about integration. Integration is the key. So we start integrating with multiple agencies and service providers and government entities to ease the business in the DGDA in terms of issuing licensing, issuing permits, and keep tracking with all the change, what's happening in the field. So we end this phase in 2024. So the third one, the third phase, this is the upcoming phase, is going to be, we call it the Operation Excellence, and it will start, inshallah, in this year, in 2025, and it will focus on the digital twins, smart cities, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence. Now I'll take you for, like the most 3 application. It's not limited to, but we have more than this application, but these are for this, like small, we have short time to present what we have. So we start with the change detection. The change detection, actually, we signed an agreement between DGDA and CACS to provide us bi-weekly satellite images. So we can track 50 centimeter resolution, so we can track down any changes happening in the field. And this is contribute greatly to this app. Using an AI and deep learning model to detect unauthorized activities in the DGDA supervisory area. Also, we get to use the benefits of our inspector team going to the field and verify all the data and the results coming out of this change detection, so we make it more accurate all during our operations. The second platform we have, it's inspection platform. The inspection platform, as I said, we not just inspecting construction work in the development area, we also inspected food and beverage also. And this application is get the benefits from the outcome from the permits and licensing database we have, and also getting the result from the change detection also. Using the dashboard to inform everyone in real time can help identify issues quickly and take corrective actions. We can also track our progress to ensure we are on track. The last one to showcase here is the map viewer. The map viewer, it's a repository for a database allowing everyone working with the DGDA to track all the permits and licensing and inspection and give us insight into work demands and trends. We can use this to understand our operational performance and make a better decisions, as well as ensuring compliance with all regulation. It allows better collaboration and communication between all stakeholders. Thank you. This is my time. Yes.
Thank you, Engineer Ala. This is a great use of the technology and the analytics, and really enjoyed that. Okay, moving on. I want to talk about 3D GIS, and this is one of the also most important capabilities of the ArcGIS platform. ArcGIS has been a 3D platform for a long time. You can bring different kind of 3D data and manage that, LiDAR, 3D meshes, BIM data, and others, put them in one platform and have people use them. You can visualize that, you can analyze that. There's different capabilities to do that. And we've been enhancing this more and more. So recently we added the support for the 3D tiles, the open standard, popular open standard platform format. There's also new analytical capabilities like the flood simulation with the ArcGIS Pro, you can do flood simulation using 3D data and get real accurate scientific results. There's also time support for all the 3D data. But in addition to that, also we have the immersive experience. You can use your 3D data and create augmented reality and virtual reality and integrate that with like gaming engines. All of these capabilities are really the foundation for really creating your living or real digital twin. Everybody's talking about digital twin. These are the capabilities that make them happen. Again, we can talk, but better to show it. So please welcome Nawaf Al-Jahani, who's gonna show us the exciting 3D capabilities. Nawaf?
Thank you, Sam. Hello, everyone. Today, I am excited to present the new 3D capabilities of ArcGIS using a stunning digital twin of Zurich in Switzerland, along with other applications of the platform. Zurich's digital twin model consists of multiple layers from various data sources. Let's explore a few. In the background, schematic buildings and trees consist of 3D objects layers from the city's open data portal. In the foreground, realistic 3D models are created using ArcGIS Reality and imagery captured by Winter drones. What's new in ArcGIS this year is the ability to work with 3D tiles meshes. These tiles can be hosted on ArcGIS Online or in an enterprise, making it easier to share the ArcGIS data within the ArcGIS system. Now, let's explore the interiors of this university building. The interiors are represented as extruded polygons provided by ETH University. This is where Albert Einstein studied. In fact, his locker is still there, and you can visit it. In addition to browsing 3D interior data, we can also integrate data from the design and construction industries into our scene. For example, this BIM data from Swiss Federal Railways and VBZ, the tram network operator. This allows us to adjust the mesh directly in the scene viewer, ensuring that the BIM elements are visible alongside the 3D models. In the context of construction and design verification, we can add point clouds, where we can add it to help us verify the accuracy of the as-built conditions against the design. While our digital representation of the city environment is impressive, it remains a static model. However, when we introduce time, the model comes alive. Using the new time slider in the scene viewer, we can explore how Zurich has developed over the last 7 centuries, revealing historical changes in the city's architecture. Looking to the future, we can simulate tree growth over the next 50 years. We can visualize how the landscape will change by utilizing attributes such as shape and size that defines how trees grow. Furthermore, we can use the line of sight tool to assess the visibility of proposed buildings near the lake over the next 50 years, noting how visibility decreases as trees grow. We can also create real-time simulations on the web in 3D. For instance, a custom JavaScript application using ArcGIS Velocity can display real-time data from temperature sensors and motion detectors in rooms. This shows how people move during emergencies, such as fire evacuations, which can be critical for training emergency responders and improving situation awareness. Now, Let's examine 3 practical examples of how this digital twin can be applied. Educators can provide indoor and outdoor wayfinding for students and visitors. Users can input their starting and ending locations, and the app will generate a route based on their chosen mode of transportation. This route can be viewed in 3D, helping users anticipate elevation changes and potential obstacles. Let's explore other industries that will benefit from this technology. First, facility managers can also benefit from this technology. They can view their facilities within the context of the larger city environment. They can also search for specific assets in the 3D scene and see related information coming from external business systems. This is achieved through a JavaScript application that maintains a live connection to ServiceNow. For example, if the cost of an asset is updated in ServiceNow, it will automatically reflect that change in the 3D scene, demonstrating the power of real-time data integration. Second, urban planners can leverage ArcGIS Urban to plan proposed developments in the city. This includes assessing potential carbon emissions associated with the design. Now new, in the editing tools in ArcGIS Urban and the Scene Viewer, it allows users to set constraints. When a feature is added, such as a building, I can add the deflection angle of the next line segments and distances to the next point, greatly enhancing the editing experience. Once editing is completed, City Engine can be used to add architectural details to the mass models. Users can create animated movie files in game engines like Unity or Unreal, including dynamic elements like moving people and vehicles, making the simulation feel even more lifelike. Ladies and gentlemen, today, from understanding the city's history to visualizing its future, I encourage you to visit our documentation resource on esri.com for additional information about these 3D capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Nawaf. Thank you for showing us the exciting 3D capabilities. Great. All of you can use that to create your own digital twin. So it's not just about the outdoor 3D, but we can also talk about indoors. So also ArcGIS has indoor capabilities. It's been available for a while. You can use it to do space management. You can convert your CAD drawings into actual indoor 3D representation of your facilities. People are using it for safety and security as well, or asset management. You can also do, if you have your own beacons, you can use that to do internal, indoor navigation or indoor positioning applications. So you can do wayfinding inside complex buildings. And we've been working on this for a long time, and there's a lot of new capabilities like integration with CAD, and you can do leverage your CAD and BIM data and integrate them with your indoor facilities. So this is some great facilities, some great tools here. One of the really good and innovative way of using the indoor mapping is what the Saudi Post Logistics, or Sobel, did. So they really did some innovative things. I'm not going to steal the thunder, so please welcome Ms. Alia Sabti, who's going to show us what Sobel did with a lot of things, including indoors.
Thank you, Sam. Allah yadik al-afia. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I am Alia Sabti, the General Manager of the National Address working for Saudi Post and Logistics. Today, we will take you through the revolution journey of the national addressing in Saudi Arabia. So we started our journey by launching our national address system, which has been certified and enabling multiple sectors across Saudi, specifically the logistics. So if I will tell you a very small story, our main mandate in the national address is how can we enable address. We made sure the accuracy is down to 1 meter square. That's one. We ensure the coverage is 100% of the kingdoms, that too, which covers up to 8 million addresses for now. In 2021, we started thinking about how we can increase the adoption and usage of the national address with those beneficiaries, be it the last mile courier, the e-commerce provider, digital government service provider, or the individual beneficiaries. So we started launching, or we started thinking and designing what we call now a short address. Short address is basically, and then after the short address, we came with the customized addressing, which I will take you through right now. And then we took it into the next level of revolution, which is vertical addressing and vertical addressing and indoor maps. So if we will go one step back and talk about our national address system, it basically was designed with 6 main components that was covering most of Saudi Arabia, building number and other components as you see. So many components to define the geospatial identity for that building. When we started thinking about the short address, we designed the solution relying on our existing components, that is utilizing the zip codes and the building number to come up with one standalone component that can be uniquely identifying those buildings. So with the short address, you can now reach and navigate and search for your building without using the other components of the address. This will enable an easy exchange and identification for those addresses. So if you can see, what we came up with is, instead of those 6 components, for SPL building right now, it is triple RD 2929. And then we started thinking, how would businesses and government be able to personalize or customize their short addresses? So that's another layer of customization to enable the business and government entities to personalize their presence in the maps. So we translated those short addresses into a customized one. For example, our SPL headquarter address is now SPLD 2929. In order to enable the contactless and seamless delivery experience, as we mentioned in the beginning, we started thinking about those who are living in multi-units building, like apartment in one building or so on. So we started to work on vertical addressing. If you are living in a building with multiple units, you will have a unique number of that unit that will, again, enable the last meter of delivery. Instead of reaching out to the building itself, it will enable the driver to reach out to your unit. So that's a demonstration of our vertical addressing, which we have implemented. If you can see right now, this is a video of one of the buildings we have implemented the vertical addressing for, where you can look for units, search for that, navigate indoor as well, and reach seamlessly to that location. In the video after, we are demonstrating how 3D was presented for those vertical addressing. So we are taking one example of the buildings in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, where we can see all the floors, all the units within that floor, and how it is demonstrated and visualized in a 3D way that can be visible for the individuals from external, and to navigate internally for the individual, utilizing this technology internally. That is being used for asset management, room booking, reservations, for meeting rooms, and so on. Last but not least, what we have implemented as part of our successful stories in the vertical addressing and indoor mapping is so far our partnership with Mina, where we enabled a navigation experience, a navigation excellent experience for Al-Hujjaj, as well as for Al-Masjid Al-Haram. We did an indoor mapping and vertical addressing, And last one, our successful partner is Roshan, where we implemented a customized solution for them, customized address. Thank you so much for your time. Back to you, Hassan.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alia. This was really innovative. I really like what they did, from 2D addressing to 3D addressing to using indoors to integrating it with real organization and making use of indoors. This is really great. Thank you. All right, moving on. So we've seen a lot of the capabilities, and as Jack was saying in the morning, we're advancing this a lot. There's more than 2,000 developers of the core development team working hard to enhance the capabilities. You see a lot of AI, 3D, a lot of it is coming and more and more. We've been releasing multiple changes in every year and even incrementally throughout the year. So as you've seen, it's enhancing and we're adding more and more capabilities. So now we want to shift focus on talking about the actual products. We talked about the capabilities, what we have. Let's talk about the actual products and that you are all familiar with and see what's new. So as you know, ArcGIS platform, it is a platform that has foundational products like the ArcGIS Enterprise, ArcGIS Online, and ArcGIS Pro. It's available on multiple platforms, whether online or your private cloud or Kubernetes. It can be accessed through your web, mobile, and others. So these are the different components of the platform. Each one of them there is a name for it, and we're going to look at it. Okay? All the access to all these different components is now, you access them through the username and password. So each user will have a type. So we used to have multiple user types, and I think we've simplified this significantly, which really simplified the process of actually purchasing this and administrating it. So now we have very fewer types, actually 6 types only, starting from a viewer who can simply view the data from the different components of the platform, to a contributor who can add data, to a mobile worker who can have access to the full mobile apps and contribute the data, to someone who's creating data on a desktop, a little bit more professional, to the professional who actually do analytics and use that, to the professional plus who has the full capabilities of AI and everything. So these are progressively, as you go through these user types, you have more and more capabilities. And these are really significantly simplified the way you administer your own users and actually acquiring these users. We're acquiring the licensing for these users. At the foundation of the platform, the ArcGIS Pro. ArcGIS Pro is this software, is the desktop software that most of you are familiar with. This is where you do the heart of data management, the heart of the analytics, preparing your data, publish this data to the different components, whether online or enterprise, and it has fundamental capabilities like mapping and visualization, advanced analysis, data management. When we've been enhancing this significantly over the years, there's more and more things that you can do, like 3D and integration with PDF, creating PDF and presentation now, and more things that you can do with the ArcGIS Pro. The ArcGIS Pro has extensions, and you're familiar with that. We talked about 3D. There is a 3D analyst extension, 3D analytics. You can do analytics with 3D. The Imagery extension that can allow you to do all the imagery stuff that we show or the capabilities we've seen. There's like a lot of things you can do with capabilities. There are the specialized extension like the mapping and charting products that allow you to do professional map production. Like people like Giosa will use that to create professional looking or printed maps. These are specialized extensions that you can use as well. Again, we can talk about it, but better to see it in action. So please welcome Omran Al-Aufi, who's going to show us what's new in ArcGIS Pro. Omran?
Thank you, Hussam. Assalamu alaikum. Today, I'm excited to share with you some of the new updates in ArcGIS Pro. Let's start with productivity and visualization enhancements. In ArcGIS Pro, updating symbology is faster than ever. In the map, we have the boundaries of U.S. federally managed open space around Denver, Colorado. The new Auto Apply option allows us to dynamically explore and change the symbology without hitting the apply each time. Now, as I change the symbology, those changes will be automatically applied on the map. Furthermore, I've configured our symbology, labels, charts, and multiple other properties like visibility ranges and definition queries. Now, when I bring in other data sets like this layer of local open space, I want to take all of this work and apply it in my new layer. So check this out. With the new copy and paste properties, now all of those are applied in my new layer. I now have the same symbology, labels, charts, and definition queries as well. Another feature I'm excited to show you will make reporting your geodatabase schema easier and faster, which is the new Generate Schema Report tool. It generates a dynamic and interactive representation of your geodatabase schema. These reports can be used to document your data models and support open data initiatives. Now, let's take a look at Red Rocks Park in Colorado. This park is famous for its incredible geologic features and natural amphitheater. And to explore this unique landscape in greater detail, we can use newly supported data type many of you have been asking for, which is the OGC standard 3D tiles. And in ArcGIS Pro, 3D tiles can go beyond simple visualization. We can use them with our interactive analysis tools to create things like an elevation profile of this iconic landscape, or assess the visibility and line of sight center stage from multiple locations throughout the amphitheater. Now, let's take a look at this from another perspective. The points on the map shows the locations where photos have been captured in the park. We are used to asking questions of what photos have been taken at these locations. But now, we can go a step further. New at Pro, oriented imagery is natively supported, letting us ask the question, do we have a photo of this location? Using built-in oriented imagery viewer, we can simply click on locations we want to investigate to view photos of that spot. And with the orientation information detected from the cameras, we can use navigation tools to explore that same spot from multiple perspectives. Exploring these perspectives takes our understanding further by providing a crucial spatial context, enhancing our ability to make more informed decisions. Now, let's explore one of the new 3D analysis tools and travel northwest to Idaho. Here, we see the perimeter of the 2010 Banner Fire. During this fire, the US Forest Service collected air samples capturing measurements of smoke aerosols. In the scene, we are seeing the locations of these measurements symbolized by CO2 levels. Using these points, we can run the new IDW3D tool to interpolate the data and understand the CO2 concentrations with a continuous voxel layer. Turning on the results, we see the volume and the CO2 concentrations of the smoke plume. And to better understand the concentrations throughout, we can, as shown, slice through the cloud to find where the highest values of CO2 are. However, to investigate specific levels of CO2, we can utilize ISO services, providing a clear visualization of their distribution within the plume. And as we adjust the values, we observe the spatial distribution of specific CO2 levels. And with the interactive results from the IDW3D tool, we are able to get a deeper understanding of this data, making modeling and analyzing simple. Now, let's switch gears and take a look at social health. Here in the map, we see the average lifespan by county. Many factors affect lifespan. To make exploring these variables easier, we can use the new radio group type. This changes our checkboxes to radio buttons. And now, we can toggle between factors that can impact longevity. Some of these factors will decrease lifespan. Things like smoking, not getting enough sleep, and poor mental health. But studies suggest one thing that improves our lifespan. It's our social connections. Here, we have a map showing an index of these connections. Higher values indicate stronger support networks, community relationships, and interactions. But is there a direct cause and effect relationship between social connections and longevity? And if there is, how can we use that to shape our policy decisions? Well, the new causal inference analysis tool quantifies the cause and effect relationship between social connections and longevity while controlling for all of those other factors. And with the output of the tool, we are able to determine where and how much to prioritize investment in our communities. In the resulting graph, we see that as social capital increases, the average lifespan also increases, indicating a true cause and effect relationship. And we can use this knowledge to shape those county levels. The output of the tool highlights the counties where lifespan is below the national average, and where, by investing in building these communities, can bring them up to the national average. Using the causal inference analysis tool, we can go beyond mere observations and make robust statements about cause and effects to use these insights to drive action. Moreover, in ArcGIS Pro, sharing these insights and layouts just got easier. With all of our variables in the new radio group type, we can use the new thematic map series option to automatically generate a page for each layer in the group, making creating and sharing your maps faster and easier than ever. Today, I've shown you the new productivity and visualization enhancements, new data types, and new analysis tools. And I'm excited to see the innovative ways you'll use them to solve complex problems in the future. Thank you, everyone. Now let's go back to Hassam.
Thank you. Thank you, Omran. Yeah, the ArcGIS Pro is getting more powerful. Right. So next, the second foundational product is the, sorry, I pressed too hard. Still here, still here. Okay, sorry, a little bit technical glitch. Okay, so second foundational product we have is ArcGIS Enterprise. We saw the ArcGIS Pro, which is one of the foundational products we have. ArcGIS Enterprise is really, think about it, is the server or the product that allow you to do your self-hosting. This what takes all your data, it's on your own hardware, it's on your own server, and take all these data and publish them so you can, all the different components of the platform can access them. The ArcGIS Enterprise has many capabilities like, content sharing and discovering, allow people to search for it. Mapping and visualization allows the sophisticated analytics to be accessed by your users. Data management, even development. It's really the product that allows you to do your own self-hosting, and it's available in multiple ways. So you can have it on your own servers, or in all private cloud or public cloud, or even in Kubernetes, like we recently have. There's been a lot of enhancement going on with that. There's a lot of things happening. We've seen the web editor, where we're going to see it more, like the data pipeline. There's a lot of new things, data 3D capabilities. There's the tool like ArcGIS Monitor, which allow you to monitor the health of your infrastructure. There's a lot of tools. So one of these really great examples of using ArcGIS Enterprise, and not just ArcGIS Enterprise, but really using the entire platform. I'm really like this story here from our friends in Al-Madina Development Authority, that I'm not going to steal the thunder, but really this is one of my favorite. It has everything. If you're a GIS professional, you like GIS, you'll actually going to enjoy that. You have everything. We'll see. So Engineer Faiz Al-Sayel will show us the exciting things they did on Al-Madina Development Authority. Engineer Faiz, please.
شكرا حسام. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. مساء الخير جميعا، ونشكر شركة إزري على إتاحة الفرصة لمشاركة تجربة هيئة تطوير منطقة المدينة المنورة في إنشاء منصة منارة والاستفادة من التقنيات الجيومكانية في التطوير الحضري المستدام والمرن. العرض مو طالع.
Yeah, it's not advancing.
ويغير هنا، بس هنا ما يغير. أحد المهام الرئيسية لهيئة تطوير منطقة المدينة هو إنشاء منصة بيانات حضرية، بحيث تعتبر مرجع أساسي للبيانات لجميع الجهات ذات العلاقة بتطوير المنطقة وتنميتها. تهدف المنصة إلى تسهيل الوصول للبيانات ومشاركتها، وأيضاً دعم واتخاذ القرار بالرؤى والتقارير المبنية على بيانات حضرية موثوقة. تتكون المنصة من عدة تطبيقات: الجيو بورتال وال3D مابينج والفلود سيميوليشن وتطبيق المرصد الحضري وتطبيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. في الجيو بورتال يوجد أكثر من 470 لاير تغطي كافة منطقة المدينة المنورة، تشمل جميع الخدمات بالإضافة إلى البنية التحتية والصور الفضائية والجوية منذ عام 1964. في 3D مابينج هناك جزئين: الجزء الأول الرياليتي موديلنج باستخدام الدرونز ل 31 حي تمثل 55 كيلومتر مربع من مساحة المدينة، والجزء الثاني والموبايل مابينج لكافة طرق مدينة المدينة، ويحتوي على الصور البانورامية والبوينت كلاود، بالإضافة إلى الليزر سكانينج للمسجد النبوي من الداخل والخارج. في تطبيق محاكاة السيول يمكن للمستخدم محاكاة السيول وآثارها على different scenarios، وأيضاً على كميات مطرية مختلفة من 32 ملي إلى 112 ملي متر في اليوم. والأوتبوت بيكون محاكاة لآثار السيول ومناطق المعرضة لمخاطر السيول، بالإضافة إلى الحلول المقترحة. في تطبيق المرصد الحضري يوجد أكثر من 300 مؤشر حضري على مستوى المنطقة والمحافظات والأحياء، ولفترات زمنية مختلفة منذ عام 2004. في تطبيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة هناك جزئين: الجزء الأول هو داشبورد لمؤشرات 9 أهداف من أهداف التنمية المستدامة، والجزء الآخر هو ربط كافة المشاريع في المنطقة بأهداف التنمية المستدامة، بالإضافة إلى الميزانيات المخصصة لها والتقدم المحرز في كل مشروع. الآن كيف تم الاستفادة من هذه البيانات في استخراج رؤى ونتائج ومعلومات لدعم القرار؟ على سبيل المثال خارطة الكثافات السكانية على مستوى البوبوليشن جريد، وأيضاً نمط النمو العمراني لمدينة المدينة المنورة منذ عام 1972. أيضاً تم استخدام الموديل بيلدر لتحديد نسبة السكان الحاصلين أو الذين لديهم وصول إلى
أكثر من 11 خدمة من الخدمات الأساسية حسب المعايير التخطيطية المعتمدة لكل خدمة. ونتائج هذا التحليل ممكن نعطي مثال على التعليم مثلا وتغطية المدارس لكل مرحلة من مراحل التعليم، وأيضا تحديد المناطق التي تعتبر بعيدة يعني حسب المعايير التخطيطية عن المدارس، كذلك للصحة وأيضا البنية التحتية والمياه والحدائق وغيرها من الخدمات. أيضا تم استخدام الرياليتي موديلنج لعملية الدوكيومنتيشن والمحافظة على المواقع التاريخية بالإضافة إلى تطويرها مثل المزارع العالية ومحطة القطار القديمة ومسجد الغمامة. خلال الجائحة تم العمل مع أمارة المنطقة وأيضا فرع وزارة الصحة لعكس عدد الحالات اليومية على مستوى الأحياء، وأيضا تم تزويد متخذي القرار بكافة الخدمات الموجودة في كل حي والكثافات السكانية للأحياء، وتم تطبيق الحظر على مستوى الأحياء في المدينة المنورة قبل أن يتم الحظر على مستوى المملكة. تم أيضا دراسة 14 حي من الأحياء القديمة، دراسة شاملة عمرانية وبيئية واقتصادية واجتماعية، وتزويد متخذي القرار ببعض المقترحات والحلول العاجلة وبعيدة المدى لتطوير هذه الأحياء. يتم جمع كافة الرؤى والنتائج والتحليلات السابقة في تقارير تحدد الوضع الراهن للتنمية المستدامة، وأيضا تحديد الفجوات واقتراح المبادرات والسياسات الحضرية التي تؤدي إلى سد هذه الفجوات والوصول إلى المستهدفات مثل الاستعراض الطوعي لأهداف التنمية المستدامة وتقرير حالة التنمية لمنطقة المدينة المنورة، وأيضا تقرير مرونة المدينة وتقرير قابلية العيش. جميع هذه التقارير تعتمد من مجلس إدارة الهيئة والذي يشارك فيه كافة القطاعات الخدمية، وجميع هذه النتائج تعتبر الآن انبوت في تحديث المخطط الإقليمي والمخططات المحلية بالإضافة إلى المخططات للقطاعات الخدمية المختلفة. بعض الإنجازات التي تم تحقيقها، طبعا المدينة المنورة ضمن أول 10 مدن على مستوى العالم في الحصول على الاعتماد الثلاثي من المجلس العالمي لبيانات المدن لمعايير الآيزو للمدن المستدامة والذكية والمرنة، وأيضا ضمن أول 3 مدن على مستوى العالم في الحصول على الشهادة الذهبية من ال SDG City Initiative التابعة لليون هابيتات. شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Engineer Faiz. This is what we call a living digital atlas, a real one that has been using in all the way to the decision making. Okay. So next, we want to talk about the third foundational product of the ArcGIS platform. I'm continuing to talk about the enterprise. So now we talked about ArcGIS Enterprise, but now also as a ArcGIS Enterprise is now available in Kubernetes. And Kubernetes really is this, if you're not familiar with that, that's what allows you to have ArcGIS Enterprise to be on true cloud platforms, and it acts like true cloud platform. So what we did is that we re-architected the ArcGIS Enterprise, really recreated it into these microservices and that can live into the Kubernetes environment and can allow you to scale the components of the ArcGIS Enterprise based on what is needed, what's the demand. If a lot of users suddenly wants to browse some data, it scales automatically. A lot of people wants to do certain analytics, it will scale automatically and behave in the same natural behavior of the cloud. And this is a lot, through the years, ArcGIS has been available on Windows and Linux. Now it is on Kubernetes, and you can use it. So people like, Al-Madina, Giosa can use that to scale and serve the entire kingdom easily. Now, and we've been enhancing this more and more and adding more functionalities. So now image processing and raster analytics is available in Kubernetes, and more capabilities are coming, like network analysis and more. all of these enterprise we talk about needs really good architecture. So we have developed this ArcGIS Architectural Center, which you can go and visit. It has a lot of practices and best practices of how to architect your infrastructure, your geospatial infrastructure. What's the best practices to maintain it, and copy and security, maintain your security. There's a lot of not just white theoretical papers, but actually best practices and tips and tricks and what to do about it, and integrating it with other systems, automation, making sure that it's secure. We have this concept of the well-architected framework, this concept that all our experts came through and put all these practical best practices of how you really architect the entire ArcGIS platform. The third foundational product of the ArcGIS platform is ArcGIS Online. So that it gives you the software as a service or the capabilities that is online. A lot of these mapping, analytical, and data management capabilities are now available online. ArcGIS Online is very powerful now. It has 3D analytics, beautiful smart mapping, web mapping, and we've been adding recently things like the web editor. You can do full editing on the web. There's a lot of new things coming, and even more and more. There's also extension to that. We'll talk about the hub, the velocity, which allow you to process massive amount of data. There's a lot of things. ArcGIS Online, I remember when I started working in this like almost 12 or 13 years ago, was pretty primitive compared to now. Now it's really very powerful. Now, we can talk more about it, but it's better to see it. So please welcome Ahmed Al-Husseini, who's going to show us what's new in ArcGIS Online. Ahmed, please.
Thank you, Hussam. Today, I'm going to show you just a few of the many new enhancements in ArcGIS Online. To do this, we'll explore chronic health conditions in Hampton Roads, Virginia. To understand health impacts in this region, we can use a new item type in ArcGIS Online, group layers. Group layers make it easy to organize and manage related data sets. This group contains 3 sublayers showing chronic diseases. To make exploring these variables faster, we can turn on the new exclusive visibility feature. This allows us to explore the layers individually while we toggle them on and off. In the event of an emergency, these areas will need to evacuate, with the red being priority. It's vital that we understand the unique challenges of the populations in these areas so we can be ready to respond. Using the new analysis settings, we can set our processing extent to our evacuation zones layer. These settings give us more granular control over our analysis and apply to all the tools within our map. So now, when we go to run an analysis like Summarize Within, we can understand the chronic conditions within these zones. The tool inherits these settings and only runs on our area of interest. After running the tool, we get the estimated total population with specific chronic conditions for each zone. Let's configure this pop-up using the new enhancements. We'll remove our fields list and add in a bar chart, selecting just the fields that we want. A new feature to bar charts and pop-ups is that we can apply color ramps. Zoom in to see smaller subsets of our data using the new color matching tooltips. And lastly, we'll add text to summarize the health information and use the new color picker to emphasize our total population with chronic conditions. With our pop-up configured, we can quickly understand the distribution of chronic diseases within these zones. To prepare for an evacuation event, it is critical that we know where the resources are. To do this, we'll use a new app in ArcGIS Online, Data Pipelines. For those of you who are familiar with Model Builder, this is a similar user experience, but for data preparation. Here, we have a completed data pipeline, and of course, we can run it. What it's doing is that it's taking a CSV of shelter information from an Amazon S3 bucket, and it's processing the data using data engineering tools and writing it out as a feature layer. Data pipelines make it easy and fast to access, prepare, and integrate your data. And all of this is done without a single line of code. And to ensure we're always getting the most up-to-date shelter information, we can schedule this pipeline to run, automating and streamlining our workflows. Once this output result is ready, we'll add it to our map and be able to visualize where our shelters are in relation to our evacuation zones. And it's ready. We can add in our new evacuation shelter layers, newly from the data pipeline, and of course, update the symbology. Many of you are likely familiar with web styles such as Firefly and, of course, government. But new to ArcGIS Online, we can add in our new custom web styles that can align to your own organizational standards. So for example, this is a custom collection of evacuation shelter symbols, and I'll simply choose one of them to symbolize my data. Now there's one last feature I'm going to show you, and it's something that many of you have been asking for. In the current release of ArcGIS Online, we are supporting the OGC standard 3D tiles. So we're going to simply add the layer over here by selecting the specific layer type that we would like. This is a 3D tile layer of drone imagery provided by Old Dominion University. With 3D tiles and ArcGIS Online, we can do things like assess visibility using lines of sight. We can also add in additional data layers, like this 2-meter storm surge to visualize risk scenarios. We hope this inspires you to try the new enhancements in ArcGIS Online and leverage them for your own workflows. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Great capabilities with ArcGIS Online. Thank you. So next, as I mentioned, ArcGIS Online has extensions, and one of them is the ArcGIS Hub. This is one of the most popular ones. So what is ArcGIS Hub? It's basically allow you to get all your great content and then start collaborating with the community easily. It has templates, it has ready-to-use initiatives and templates that allow you to get all your data and start communicating and collaborating with the community by simply just sharing your data like an open data format or open data initiatives, or actually start creating initiatives like, let's say, you want to reduce the crowdness in the city and you want to collaborate with the citizen to see what ideas they might have and share the data you have and statistics and start doing like community collaboration. You can actually organize volunteering if people wants to do, if there is any volunteering that you want to bring people and start giving you data and volunteer geographically, you can use that. It really drives the engagement of the community. And we've seen a lot of our users around the world using that. There's like 90,000 plus hub sites published around the globe. And one of the most common ones is really creating open data sites. A lot of cities and organizations around the world, they have the mandate to share their data. And the ArcGIS Hub allows you to do that very quickly because it has templates for open data. All you need to do is just put your data, organize them, put the right metadata, and then once you share them using the existing templates, you have an open data site. You can configure it with your imagery or graphics. It's very quick and easy to do that and very, very powerful. And I've been working on this for a long time and enhancing it. So now you have new things like the map-based discussion boards. People can collaborate on ideas and sketch ideas and say what do they need. You can use that to start a discussion in the community and get feedback on new projects, good ideas. There's a lot of these things happening here. Really, the ArcGIS is something you can use to quickly provide value. Another thing that really provide value that's probably a lot of you don't know much about it or maybe don't know it is the ArcGIS solution. We have a whole site called ArcGIS Solution that has many and many templates of actually ready-to-use solution. These are in form either web apps or sometimes mobile apps or configuration for ArcGIS or scripts for Pro, but they're all based on specific use. So, and like land records, for example, or public works, or utilities. So I encourage you to look at this and see what you might find a solution or a focused app on one of these things that can actually kickstart your use of GIS instead of spending a lot of time configuring it or even developing something. This might help you a lot. And you can even take the code because this is available and it's fully supported by Esri. You can take the code and enhance it and add to it if you want. But there's a lot of things about healthy human utilities. There's many solutions that you just go to arcgissolution.com and you can explore more and more. Another tool that allows you to actually create your own way of sharing your data or create your own app, really web app, without really writing code, or maybe you can write a small code if you want to customize it. So this is what we call low code or no code. You can either use it as it is with no code, configuring the widgets and get the web app that you want to do, or you can have someone develop a widget for you that adds a little bit more functionality. So this is the low code option. But the ArcGIS Experience Builder, this is the new way of doing that. Before we have the web app builder, a lot of you are familiar with the web app builder. This is the next generation, which is Experience Builder. It creates modern looking web applications that are responsive. It works on mobile and web. They're very good looking and very modern looking. You can develop widgets and there's a lot of widgets available now. You can develop your own widget if you want. We've been working on this and a lot of our users are using it to create exciting apps. Also, we're adding more and more things to it, like selecting a widget for selecting analysis. If you have published analysis services, it just automatically recognize them and start make the user using them. So this is something really, if you're not using, it will really encourage you to use because it will add a lot of values. And one of our users really used that and even more. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Abdel Razak Al-Morgan from Naif University for Security Science, who's really going to show us some exciting use of the GIS platform in education and also advanced analytics. So Dr. Abdel Razak, please.
Thank you, Hussam. Just I would like to thank everyone for attending this conference. So thank you for Esri Saudi for inviting me to be here. Just I will not take more than 5 minutes of your time. First of all, just I would like to, there is a question here. Why we would like to use Esri at our university as we are a security science? We are focusing just on, this is actually what I would like to demonstrate to you, how Esri application is enabling us to achieve our target. So we'll start first of all, what's actually our university? Our university, we are a leading organization to develop subject matter experts and leadership in the security field in the Arab region. How we will do it? As actually one of the pillars at the university, we have 4 different pillars. One of it is a training pillar. In a training pillar, we're trying to create actually a unique training program, which is, we believe, that to help the law enforcement. One of the strategy we follow, data-driven approach, which is that way just only to prevent the crime, because we link the crime, the actually prevention of a crime with the quality of life. So the university just has a new direction in 2029. So we will be actually proactive rather than reactive. So what we would like to do, just only to prevent the crime from happening based on the data-driven approach. So we will follow what's actually the organization said, like UNODC, they focus on to create or to know what's actually the risk assessment, because this is what we're looking for, risk assessment. We're looking for actually crime prevention. We're looking for to identify and to make visible for the security or the decision maker to take the right decision. How we will achieve that? One of the enabler, we have actually signed MOU with Esri just only 3 months ago or 2 months ago in order to start to enhance this strategy. So one of these things, we are using an Esri for data collection. We're using actually two technology. We'll link it. One of the drones, as most of the people saying, a drone to map, and the second one, vulnerability survey, which is actually survey 1, 2, 3, which is we're talking about in the field, security in the field, with another one just only by using a drone. The second part, mapping layers 2D and 3D. This is very important for us to give a visibility. Visibility is important for the decision maker, for security decision maker. Otherwise, they cannot see it. So we're using actually user experience here, builder. This is actually another thing, an operation in the real time. How we will let the law enforcement to take actually the right action. Especially, as you know, for the law enforcement, there is no gray area. There is black and white. They have to take the right decision in the right time. So this is very important, the response. You have to respond because you're dealing with life, with people's life. So we will follow here. It's actually Esri. It's helping us to utilize JCAT standard, which is to evaluate the building, to make the right decision. This is the safety standard. So this is if something happened, that's actually to help the decision makers to take the right decision. This is one of actually the functions. The last function, as you know, support decision making is not easy. So how can we use, actually we make it visible to the law enforcement. One of the things, one of the features is dashboard. So as you know, at the moment, Saudi Arabia has Vision 2030. One of the Vision 2030, it's actually improving the quality of life. The quality of life, everyone here in Saudi Arabia, they want to walk in the night with safe. So this is helping us to improve the quality. Here, very quick, this is the dashboard. Just as we said, just only as explain a lot of people about it, but actually the uniqueness for us, just only to show if there is something here regarding or for suspicious activity, that's what we're using dashboard, just only to take the right decision on it, to identify the location, because as we said, response is very important. We need accurate response, accurate location, in order just to let people to go or to respond on it. Which is actually, this is actually for just only to help us for the risk assessment. Where is the gap in here in order just only to close it, which is actually, that's in the security in the field, the people in the field. The another things which is very important for us, this is the visibility. Here, the decision making, they can make for actually relocation the resources. As you know, for example, in Riyadh, the population is moving for up 14 millions and actually within 3 or 4 or 5 years. So how can we help the law enforcement to very quick response? How they have actually to relocate their actually resources for the response, for patrolling. This is very important, how to identify the location, which is its need your involvement for the decision maker. This is really make it actually visibility, high visibility. So that's helping us to build a fusion center, security fusion center, helping a lot to take the right decision. All of this, it's supporting us seriously to shape the future of security training in the region. That's actually what I would like to build the leaders, different way. It's a bit with actually different mentality, different vision, and at the same time to improve the quality of life in Saudi Arabia and in the region. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdulrazak. That was a great use of GIS in really teaching real security science. This is one of the first time I've seen this in real, really teaching it. So great use of GIS. Now, next we want to shift to talk about really customizing the platform. We talked about the foundational product. We talked about a lot of apps that are available. All of them provide great use, and most of you will use it and make use of it in a great way. But a lot of time that you need to do more. So if you want to do more, you want to integrate with your own system, you want to create custom workflows, you want to do anything that are not out of the box, you still have the ability to do that. And there's multiple ways to do that. There's simply you can extend the existing foundational product, whether the ArcGIS Enterprise or ArcGIS Pro, you can add to it and add tools or functionalities to it. And that's usually done through the SDKs, the software development kits. There is ArcGIS Pro SDK, there is ArcGIS Enterprise SDK. You can use them to actually add to the actual foundational product. or you want to create an app from scratch, you can actually use the APIs to do that. So one of the most common one is JavaScript API to create web apps. So you can create your own web app from scratch. There's also the open source APIs, you can do that, or all the native SDKs. Like if you want to create a native app for Android or iOS, you can do that and create native apps using Esri SDKs, native SDK as well. Also, we have things like the game engine. You can use that to create or integrate JS with gaming engine and create gaming engine applications. But also, increasingly, you can just simply use Python to automate processes, like the automation of all the tasks, administration tasks of the ArcGIS Enterprise, or like data, migrating data from one place to another place, or cleaning data, and all these automation or creating automated analytical tools. Python is used to do that. A lot of the people who use also AI and GUI use Python to automate a lot of these things. But these are very powerful tools to extend the platform to do a lot more things than what you have out of the box. Okay? One of the recent things that maybe a lot of you are not aware of is that now, with the web and mobile SDKs, you can actually do turn-by-turn navigation and you can do location. That did not exist before, but now you can do that. So if you want to create your own navigation web or mobile app, you can do that using Esri SDKs as well. And one of the most used APIs or tools is the JavaScript API. This is where you can create web applications from scratch, or even you can use it to add widgets to an experience builder, for example. But the JavaScript is very powerful now. There's allow you to do a lot of client-side analysis. It's very fast. You can do line of sight, a lot of new tools to do client-side analysis. It doesn't have to go to the server. This create dramatic enhancement in performance. The smart mapping and all the great visualization tools are all happening on the client side as well. This is really great dynamic visualization, very fast, very good performance. In all the great things we've seen 2D and 3D, now you can develop 2D and 3D application. These are all great things. You can use them with the JavaScript API. Now, there's a lot of things like that, but also one of the good examples here in Al-Madina Regional Municipality, they did a lot of great things. And I want to welcome Engineer Akram Sarrani, who's going to show us what they did in the Regional Municipality of Al-Madina.
شكرا حسام. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نعيش اليوم في المملكة العربية السعودية التحول الرقمي الشامل والمبهر والسريع في عدة مجالات. استعرض معكم اليوم تجربة أمانة منطقة المدينة المنورة في مجال البيانات والخدمات الجيومكانية. الأمانة تقدم خدماتها البلدية لشركائها سواء مستفيدين أو جهات حكومية أو مكاتب هندسية. من هذه الخدمات المرتبطة بالمكان. أمثل على ذلك الخدمات المساحية، منها الخدمات الرفع المساحي، وأيضا خدمات القراءة المساحية، أيضا الخدمات التخطيطية، ويندرج تحتها خدمات تنظيم موقع عشوائي، وأيضا خدمة تنزيل وتعديل المخططات وقطع الأراضي، وأيضا المناسيب. هدفنا كان قبل 3 سنوات من الآن هو تحقيق نقلة نوعية نحو خدمات جيومكانية مبتكرة وتحول رقمي شامل، والذي تحقق ولله الحمد اليوم. عملنا السابق كان يعتمد على بيئة الجي اس ديسكتوب، واجهنا تحديات ومعوقات كثير في الاستخدام وفي الإتاحة وفي التكامل. انتقلنا اليوم إلى بيئة الجي اس ويب من خلال بناء هيكلية معمارية على بيئة سحابية باستخدام منتجات إزري. البيئة قابلة للتوسع كما أنها أتاحت لنا إمكانيات للتطوير والتكامل مع الجهات الخارجية والداخلية، وأيضا الإتاحة. أطلقنا بعد ذلك البوابة الجمكانية لخدمة المستفيدين والموظفين والشركاء الخارجيين من جهات حكومية وخاصة وأيضا مكاتب هندسية. تتضمن البوابة اليوم منصة خدمات وأيضا مستكشف جغرافي وأكثر من 250 خدمة خرائط متاحة للإدارات داخل الأمانة ولشركائنا الخارجيين. تم بناء أيضا منصة سقيفة، وهي عبارة عن نموذج عمل بلدي مبتكر. تقدم المنصة اليوم أكثر من 40 خدمة موجهة لجميع المستفيدين سواء داخل وخارج الأمانة. هذه واحدة من الخدمات اللي موجودة في المنصة اليوم، وهي من الخدمات المركزية لدينا، وهي خدمة الرفع المساحي. الخدمة هذه سهلت أعمال الأمانة وأيضا أعمال المكاتب الهندسية، وضمنت تحسين جودة البيانات الجمكانية، وأيضا ساهمت في زيادة إيرادات المنصة. واحد من الأهداف اللي كان مستهدفينها أن إطلاق خدمات فورية بدون تدخل من العامل البشري، فأطلقنا خدمة تنظيم موقع عشوائي، حيث تم أتمت عملية التنظيم واستخراج قطع الأراضي بشكل آلي. الخدمة هذه سابقا كانت تستغرق 60 يوم عمل، واليوم تنفذ بشكل فوري. هذا نموذج من مستند تنظيمي تم إصداره من خلال الخدمة. أيضا من الخدمات المهمة لدينا خدمة التجزئة والدمج، وأيضا اليوم تنفذ بشكل فوري. كانت تستغرق 20 يوم عمل، والآن جري ربط الخدمة مع السجل العقاري ليتم إصدار السجلات بشكل فوري. هنا نشوف نموذج من لوحة التجزئة يتم إصداره بشكل فوري. أيضا نفذنا تكاملات على مستوى البيانات والخدمات مع أنظمة الأمانة الداخلية وأنظمة خارجية مثل البلدي والسجل العقاري ووزارة العدل والأوقاف. هنا قمنا بتغيير مفهوم التعامل مع المستكشف الجغرافي المتعارف عليه. أطلقنا مستكشف جغرافي مدعوم بالذكاء الاصطناعي يمكن المستخدمين من البحث والاستعلام وتحليل البيانات وأيضا الطباعة من خلال الأوامر الصوتية والكتابية مع المساعد الذكي. أطلقنا على المساعد الذكي اسم أمين. من المميزات الموجودة أنه يستطيع المساعد الذكي الاحتفاظ بالسياق، مما يفتح آفاق جديدة في تحليل البيانات. فيمكن مثلا البحث عن قطعة أرض في مخطط، وبعد ذلك البحث عن أقرب محطة باص عن هذه القطعة، واستخدام أدوات الملاحة كالتقريب والإزاحة، ثم طباعة الخريطة. كل ذلك يتم بدون استخدام الأدوات التقليدية والاعتماد على الأوامر الصوتية والكتابية. أشكر شركة إزري على إتاحة المنتجات اللي ساعدتنا اليوم أن ننفذ أفكار جديدة، وشكرا لاستماعكم.
Thank you, Engineer Akram. I really enjoyed that. This is one of the really effective ways or examples of extending the platform. So we've seen multiple ways. I like the example when he showed the combining these, or actually splitting the parcel into multiple parcels in a complex scenario. This is all done through automation, and it really saved them. Instead of using days, it's a matter of seconds to create that. That saves a lot of money and time for the public, and also the use of API, the JavaScript API to create all this AI and generative app to ask the questions for the map. These are all innovative. These are real good examples of how to extend the platform beyond the basic capabilities. So thank you for Medina Regional Municipality. Next, I want to talk about some of our focused products. We talked about the foundational products. We talked about some extension to that. We have some focused products that really focus on certain purpose. One of them is ArcGIS Urban, that for urban planner, that allow them to do design and plan different scenarios. Another one is the business analyst. It has a lot of data, especially in North America and Europe, but also you can have your own data that can allow you to do site selections and comparing competitors and see that your what are your competitors doing, and then open new restaurant sites. It's a powerful one, and also analyze communities. It all requires a lot of demographic data. Also, ArcGIS Mission, which is allow people to do planning and of public safety and situational awareness. One of the new products is all source intel. It's allow like intelligence analysts, and to look at different kind of data that comes from different sources and analyze them and create decision support or aid in the decision support process quickly. Another tool that probably a lot of you are using already is City Engine, which is really allow you to get some of the 2D data or 3D data and use kind of modeling or 3D modeling language, we call procedural language, that you can automatically generate realities and cities. That it's very good in urban planning when you have a new area and you want to create new ones. It will give you very realistic looking one based on certain rules you can change and parameters. So these are some of the foundational or focus products we have. One of the ones that are widely used, and especially here in Saudi, is ArcGIS Urban. And ArcGIS Urban, as I said, this is mainly for urban planners and who work on either support current or long-term range planning. And it really excels at getting a lot of data, 2D, 3D, BIM data, and then allow the urban planner, the expert, to experiment with different scenarios, urban planning scenarios, and calculate the KPIs of these different scenarios and compare them and contrast and see and visualize them and analyze them geographically, visually, to see what is the best planning scenario based on the criteria that they're looking at. And this is really a great tool that a lot of some of your organization here are using it. And we've been working on this, and recently, this has been on ArcGIS Online for a long time. Recently, I think it's become on Enterprise, so you can have ArcGIS Urban on your own premise, on your own server, which was a request from a lot of you. So now you can use it here as well. And one of the coming tools that we are working on is really this Urban XR app that will allow you to export these scenarios into virtual reality, like a gaming engine kind of environment, and you can browse that and query it. This is coming, and we're working on it soon. So we talked about urban. That just brings us to one of the my favorite demos also. The Urban Observatory, Mecca Region Urban Observatory. They did some great work with GIS and urban planning. So please welcome engineer Nahar Rushdi, who's going to talk us about what they did in Mecca Region Urban Observatory. Please, Engineer Nahar.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much, Hussam. It's our pleasure to be here in this conference. Thank you so much for this invitation. And thank you also for your collaboration as Esri in our project, Mecca Region Urban Observatory. So allow me please to switch in Arabic because the presentation will be in English. So I will just talk in Arabic. Thank you so much. الله يعطيكم العافية جميعا. أخوكم نهار رشدي، هيئة تطوير منطقة مكة المكرمة. اليوم إن شاء الله بنتكلم على المرصد الحضري الإقليمي لهيئة تطوير منطقة مكة المكرمة والكولابوريشن اللي حصل ما بين شركة FTI العالمية طبعا وشركة إزري. المرصد الحضري الإقليمي إن شاء الله اليوم حنتطلع إلى الأورجنايزيشن اللي احنا اشتغلنا فيه في المرصد، بالإضافة إلى كيفية عمل الداتا سواء كانت الإيربان داتا أو الجيوسبيشال داتا، وأيضاً إن شاء الله المتطلع للمستقبل اللي حنوصل له عن طريق المشروع. هيئة تطوير منطقة مكة المكرمة بحسب المانديت مسؤولة عن 14 محافظة في منطقة مكة المكرمة. احنا نتكلم على منطقة حوالي مساحتها الجغرافية أكثر من 173 ألف كيلومتر مربع. المندات الأساسي لهيئة تطوير منطقة مكة المكرمة هو 14 محافظة كما هو موضح أمامكم، بالعمل طبعا بحوكمة ممتازة بإذن الله مع الثلاثة هيئات الأخرى العاملة بالمنطقة. التارجت الأساسي طبعا عندنا اللي هو الإيربان داتا والجيوسبيشال داتا. ليش إحنا احتجنا المرصد الحضري؟ المرصد الحضري يغطي 3 جوانب رئيسية، كان الهدف منها إنشاء المرصد في هذا التوقيت في الهيئة، اللي هو طبعاً عندنا low accessibility أو عندنا عدم وصولية جيدة للبيانات في المنطقة، بالإضافة إلى سد الفجوات اللي موجودة في البيانات للخروج أخيراً طبعاً بحوكمة واضحة تساعدنا في دعم اتخاذ القرار. أي مشاريع تنموية لن تكون قائمة على أساس قوي إذا لم تكن قائمة على مؤشرات حضرية واضحة تدعمنا في دعم اتخاذ القرار. زي ما احنا شايفين أيضا هنا في هذا السلايد يوضح عندنا ال4 بيلرز الأساسية، إنه كيفية الاستراكشر للبيانات أو كيفية نظامها أو نظام عملها، كيف إن احنا حنعمل كولكشن للبيانات، كيف نجمع البيانات، بعد ذلك كيفية تحليلها، وفي الأخير بحول الله اللي هو كيفية عرضها على الاكسترنال اودينس او المستفيدين منها كمؤشرات حضريه. المحور او عفوا السلايد الحاليه اللي امامكم احنا بنتكلم على 6 قطاعات رئيسيه يغطيها المرصد الحضري الاقليمي لمنطقه مكه المكرمه: المحور الاجتماعي، الاقتصادي، البيئي، الاراضي والاسكان، والحوكمه. طبعا احنا نلاحظ الان انها مقسمه الى 25 قطاع اساسي على حسب ال6 محاور الرئيسيه، يتم من خلالها إنتاج مؤشرات حضرية. نستهدف في الدورة الأولى اللي هي الدورة الحالية، إن شاء الله نهاية المشروع في الدورة الأولى حتكون الشهر القادم، وبالتبعية إن شاء الله حيكون إطلاق منصة المرصد الحضري. نغطي من خلالها في الدورة الأولى حوالي 150 مؤشر، والمستهدف إن شاء الله أن نصل إلى 375 مؤشر على مستوى منطقة مكة المكرمة. طبعا هذا كولابوريشن ما بين كيفية تداخل البيانات الحضرية والبيانات الجومكانية. عندنا أيضاً مشروع بالتبعية، وتم توقيع مذكرة تفاهم الحمد لله في الهيئة عندنا مع الهيئة العامة للمساحة والمعلومات الجومكانية. هذه أيضاً جميعها تدعم اتخاذ القرارات التنموية في المنطقة. بالنسبة للأبليكيشن اللي حيكون موجود عندنا في المنصة أو في المرصد الحضري، عندنا الأبليكيشن ديزاين. صممنا واجهة الموقع، الآن يعني حنوريكم مجرد بايلوت للموقع. بعد ذلك طبعاً كان عندنا الانفراستراكشر الموقع نفسه. بعد كده عندنا الامبلمنتيشن اند ريفيو والتستنج والهاند اوفر. احنا الان في مرحله التستنج تعديناها، بحيث انه احنا نختبر انه يكون سهل الاستخدام للجهات المعنيه اللي حتستخدم باذن الله منصه المرصد. واخيرا اللي هو كيف يتم نقل المعلومات هذه الى الجهات المعنيه. زي ما هو واضح امامكم، هذه الصورة اللي حيشوف بها الشخص. طبعا تم التطوير أيضا أفضل من ناحية الانترفيس، بحيث أن يكون أسهل للمستخدمين. يتم إظهار عندنا 6 المحاور الأساسية اللي تندرج تحت القطاعات الرئيسية. بعد ذلك حنختار عندنا لو نلاحظ مثلا السوشيال، أحد الثيمز اللي موجودة، نختار السوشيال. حيظهر عندنا معلومات أساسية عن المعلومات الاجتماعية. بعد ذلك نتطرق إلى مثلا الداتا فيور أو كيفية رؤية هذه البيانات. حيكون عندنا أكثر من طريقة لرؤية البيانات، نقدر نطلع عليها كتشارتس معينة. بعد ما نختار المحور اللي نحتاج نعرف عنه أكثر، نقدر نختار مثلا المستوى أو على مستوى الاقتصادي، نبغى نعرف معلومات أكثر على مستوى اقتصاديات الفرد، على مستوى الجنسية أيضا، أو على مستوى الفئة العمرية، أو على مستوى التعليم. نقدر بعد كده نطلع عليها إلى أكثر من فئة. نقدر نشوفها عن طريق PDFs، نحمل تشارتس معينة نبغاها تشارتس زي ما احنا شايفين هنا، نبغاها جدول إكسل، نبغاها PDF. عندنا الإمكانية لتحميل هذه الملفات بالمؤشرات الحضرية اللي احنا نحتاجها بناء على ريفليكشن جغرافي من نفس البلاتفورم. بعد ذلك زي ما احنا نلاحظ عندنا إمكانية أيضا إن احنا نعمل كومباريسون ما بين أو نعمل مقارنة ما بين أكثر من محافظة أو أكثر من منطقة. ممكن نعمل مثلا أكثر من مؤشر، يعني مثلا نقيس مؤشر دخل الفرد مع مؤشر مثلا آخر على تملك السكان. فنقدر إحنا أيا كان كمستخدمين كيف نبغى نظهر المعلومات، نبغى نقارن إيش بإيش. عندنا السماحية هذه في الموقع، ونقدر بعد كده نحملها كPDF أو كتشارت زي ما وريناكم قبل شوية. الهدف طبعاً الأساسي والأخير من المنصة إنه بإذن الله بعد إطلاق منصة المرصد الحضري يكون عندنا أيضاً integration مع الجهات العاملة في المنطقة وفي المملكة والعالمية أيضاً اللي توفر لنا دعم كافي على مستوى البيانات الحضرية والجمكانية، وأيضاً بحول الله يكون عندنا منصة متميزة جداً وحتكون بحول الله بنش مارك ما بين المراصد اللي موجودة في المملكة. شكراً لكم.
Thank you, Engineer Nahar. This is great use of the platform. Thank you. So that was our last presentation for the day. So bring us to the last slide I have is really what's next. So we've seen a lot of capabilities. We have army of people working on enhancing it. We are right now this ArcGIS Enterprise version 3.4 and ArcGIS Pro 3.4. And working more and more, we've seen a lot of capabilities in GUI, spatial analytics, cloud, Kubernetes, many things. All of the enhancement you've seen, a common aspect between them is a lot of them, or most of them, came from our user feedback. Our product engineers really listen to you guys and here and around the world and work in enhancing it. So you have all the Esri team here today and tomorrow. All what we've seen, if you have new ideas, if you have issues with your current that you want to communicate, please communicate to us because we do listen and you might see your idea in the next release of your favorite app. So really thank you for listening to all this. I'm really excited to see all the great users showing great work of the thing. So thank you. That's it. Anton?
والآن أدعوكم للانضمام إلينا لتكريم الفائزين بجائزة التميز الجغرافي، وهي جائزة تفخر إزري السعودية بإطلاقها لأول مرة. Let me invite you to join us in honoring the winners of the Geo Excellence Award, an award that Esri Saudi is proud to launch for the first time. I would like to invite Mr. Jack Dangerman to join us on stage in presenting the award to the winners.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying all day. I know it's been a lot of content to absorb. It's a lot of learning, new relationships. This year, at our user conference, we're acknowledging these 10 organizations with a Geo Excellence Award. This is the first time this has been done. There are, as you know, hundreds of organizations here in the Kingdom who have done great work. But a team of people have spent the last few months looking at exceptional work. And that is the purpose of this meeting, is to call forth those very special organizations for distinction. Now, I like this idea of giving awards. Of course, it makes people feel good, but more importantly, it provides the evidence of what good work is about in the GIS profession. And I know something about acknowledging people for good work. I've seen it over the years. I know that good work is not just putting some technology together. The people who are receiving these awards had to have the vision. They had to collect the data. They had to build the applications. They had to do all the technical stuff. But they also had to get management support. They had to get financing. They had to develop the right people. They had to push along and get the systems actually built and then sustained. Well, I like this idea of acknowledging these people because they did it. I think of them as heroes. What's the distinction between a hero and a normal person? That's an interesting question. The distinction is simple. It's people that are heroes take action. They stand up, they have the courage to do it, and they make things happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge these 10 organizations and the people behind them in the normal way. Now I'd like to ask that the award winners come forth and join me and receive special acknowledgement.
الأستاذ دخيل المطيري مدير إدارة أنظمة المعلومات الجيومكانية وشؤون الأراضي من هيئة تطوير محمية الإمام عبد العزيز بن محمد الملكية.
Yes, congratulations. Okay. Amazing work. Thank you. You're very welcome. Yes. Good luck. Shafiq.
الأستاذة فاطمة بغدادي أخصائي أول نظم معلومات جغرافية في هيئة تطوير المنطقة الشرقية.
Great cartography, by the way. Okay, this way. By the way, there's a map of that.
المهندس فايز آل-صايل مدير عام مركز المعلومات الجيومكانية والمرصد الحضري هيئة تطوير منطقة المدينة المنورة.
Congratulations. You deserve it. Amazing. I know. Good. Yes. Good luck to you.
الأستاذ علاء رفاعي مدير عام الحلول الجيومكانية هيئة تطوير بوابة الدرعية.
Congratulations. Yes, we can shake later. That's good. Congratulations. Well done. Yeah. Take care of them.
الأستاذة علياء السبتي مدير عام العنوان الوطني في البريد السعودي سبل أو من ينوب عنها.
The whole crowd. That's good. Delegation. Congratulations. Thank you. Good work, you guys. Beautiful. Thank you. Okay. We need the award. Am I giving it to you? Okay.
دكتور عبد الرزاق المرجان نائب الرئيس للتدريب والمدير التنفيذي مركز الجرائم السبرانية والتحقيقات الرقمية جامعة نايف العربية للعلوم الأمنية.
A larger group. The whole university. Oh, my pleasure. You're very welcome. Congratulations to all of you. Okay. Good. Thank you. Okay. Here we are. That's good. Thank you.
المهندس أكرم السراني مدير مركز البيانات ونظام المعلومات الجيومكانية أمانة منطقة المدينة المنورة.
Congratulations. Fantastic work. Here we are. It's good. It's really good work.
المهندس نهار رشدي المدير العام لإدارة البيانات الحضرية والجيومكانية في هيئة تطوير منطقة مكة المكرمة.
Congratulations. Beautiful presentation. Very good. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay. We all have to be.
المهندس زيدان يوسف مدير عام الشؤون الفنية الهيئة الملكية للجبيل وينبع، وسيستلم الجائزة بالنيابة عنه المهندس حمود العنزي. الأستاذ أيمن الوليدي المدير التنفيذي لتطوير المشاريع شركة رؤى المدينة القابضة المملوكة لصندوق الاستثمارات العامة.
Hey, congratulations. We'll have a picture right here. Hello. Here we go. Very good. Thank you. You guys are heroes. Thank you. Pleasure. Congratulations. Good.
ندعو الفائزين لصورة تذكارية مع الأستاذ جاك.
You should be up at that. Oh, unfortunately. Okay. This is about the middle. Yes. Okay. Between you two guys, I look better anyway. Thank you again. It's my pleasure. I hope so. Dean, just one last thing I want to say is it's nice to be acknowledged, right? Do you agree? Shh, shh. It's nice to be acknowledged. But to be acknowledged in front of your peers, that's even better. So I could think of no better place than here for you guys to really get this acknowledgement, because only your peers actually know how very hard it was to really make this happen. So one final round of applause for all the award winners. Good. Is that the close of today's session? I guess that's the close of our session. So.
No.
السادة الحضور، لقد انتهينا من اليوم الأول وندعوكم للغداء في القاعة الأخرى. شكراً لكم.